Okay, good afternoon, folks. I hope everyone is well and had a nice resting weekend. I've had a little bit of a hectic weekend for me, a little bit stressed, I feel, actually, today. But things happen, don't they? So let's have a look. So I had some more payments cleared over the weekend, which take me up now to just over 8,500. So I'm guessing by the end of this week, I might have my first $10,000 month. Which I'm really pleased about. Let me just move this out of the way a sec. So, let me just have a look. So, okay, so some payments. So, late Friday evening at another 1,600, and then over the weekend, another 1,750, a 600, and a 600, which total 8,650. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. That's 2.5, 4, 1, 5, 7, 6, 7. Yeah, 8,000 and odd. So hopefully, I think I've got one more which will be eligible today, and two more maybe Wednesday. So it would be really nice to get my first $10,000 month. So I decided to treat myself over the weekend, and it didn't quite all go to plan. So bear with me just 1 second. What haven't I done and haven't I done? It's okay. So let's have a look. It's all right. So Karina, hello. Exponential, how you doing? Daryl, how you doing? So quickly, over the weekend, I decided to, now I've got some money coming in, to update some screens. So I purchased myself two 34-inch 1440p widescreen, curved wide screens. So one of them came Saturday. The other one was due to come Sunday. I stayed in all day Sunday, never turned up. Phone at Amazon. They promised me faithfully it was going to be delivered, and it wasn't. And at the moment, it's showing was supposed to be delivered today, so I've got no idea when this thing's delivered. So I've got everything crammed onto these two monitors I've got here, which is a little bit frustrating. So I'm just, there's nothing worse. I understand there are problems with shipping and stuff, but what I can't abide is people lying to me. I hate it when people bullshit you, because they just kind of tell you what you want to hear just to shut you up. It fries my brain. So I feel a little bit frustrated today, so I decided to treat myself to this. So hopefully $10,000 a month equals, just between me and you, £100 bottle of 50-year-old Glenfarclas. I thought I'd treat myself. And the way I feel at the moment, I'm probably going to drink it all on stream, so it may be quite interesting. You can't really see at the moment, I don't think, but I've got this one wide screen, I've got a gap above it, and I've got everything else, my OBS and a few other bits and pieces crammed into one monitor. So there you go. So let me have a look. Classic Amazon. Yeah, there's not. Do you know what? I was on to him yesterday, and you can tell when you're being bullshitted, Tim, because I went, is it going to be delivered today? No, sorry, there's been a problem with shipping. I went, I'm not happy, blah, 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 blah. Okay, bear with me. They get back to you. 2 minutes later, they say, yes, it will be delivered today. And that happened twice. And it's frustrating because my family went out for the day and I stayed in. And, when they just tell you can just tell when you're being waffled to, can't you? So it just flipping annoyed me. I understand things go wrong, but you've got to be honest with people. Don't just tell them what they want to hear. So, yeah, classic Amazon. Hey, Speedy, how you doing? I have, yeah. I've been playing around with it a little bit. I thought, I don't want to get it wrong. You can't really get it wrong, I don't think. As long as you buy or sell and you drop your order above here, it's either a limit order or market order. But I've got to say, I love this screen. This one screen I got. The bars are nice and crisp. So I really like this. So let me just... so in fact, I'm going to pour one of these. So yeah, I purchased this about an hour and a half ago. Cost me £100, which is about nearly $130. I thought, first 10,000 month, 100 bottle. When I get me second 20, well, when I get me first 20,000 month, if I get that, then I'm going to spend £200. But I feel with the frustrating weekend, I deserve one of these. So thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it. So if I can get the top up and done. Oh, don't tell me. Now this is going to fry my brain if the top can't come off. Where's the hammer? Bear me a second, because I'm find myself getting wound up by the minute. There we go. So, cheers everyone. I hope everyone's had a relaxing weekend. Oh, that's gone down a bit too easy. Okay, so let me just see if these orders 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, you may notice because of the frustration last night, I did blow one of my accounts. Now, I'm not bothered. I'm not frustrated. It was the newest one. It was low. I took a risk and it didn't go well. So shortly after, I did pass another valuation. Your candles are very different. Let me just reload, see if that makes a difference. Interactive strategy, running an instrument. What does that mean? Okay. Order cancelled. Let's try it now. You have an interactive strategy. Okay, let me just stop this. Let's get rid of it. Now let's try that. Didn't seem to like that for some reason. The plan was how I had these monitors set out, or the monitor set out, I had this and the 1,000 tick chart on the same monitor. Okay, hopefully that looks a little bit better. So let me just put this back. So I'm guessing this is probably going to push up and retest that top. But I'm not so sure. Jan, how you doing, buddy? Perfect. You took that one there. Yeah, I'm not sure about this at the moment. Let me just put that like that. There looks like there may be a channel there, and that concerns me. So what may happen, it may have pushed a bit too far, but I think there's a possibility of something like that happening. I may be wrong, but just keep that in mind. I've got a nice spike in channel. Let me have a look. Because I didn't get this other monitor, I've had to mess around and adjust things around last minute, so I'm a little bit frustrated. It's not the best way to trade when you're feeling like that, but what can you do, eh? Life is life. So you've got a spike in channel, have you? Have you got something like that? You got something like that? It's possible, mate. It's possible. I'm not so sure. Let me see if I can get some more pictures. Yeah, I'm not sure. See, Thomas Wade has got that. Maybe something like that. It's just hard to say, really. I'm not a fan when it doesn't fit nice. So possible, mate. At the moment, this looks like a break to me. So Thomas Wade's got that like that. Let's see if anybody is okay. So Robert had that how I had it. Is Dan's chart on here yet? I don't think it is. Okay, so that's Dan's chart. So he may have the same as me at the moment. I don't want to go long there because that to me has gone up a little bit too quick. Impact coming in 10 minutes. I have got the news on here. Let me just check if everything's order working submitted. Okay. So everything's okay. Close. Order cancelled. Let's sell limit. Close. Order cancelled. Sell down order here. Submitted. Close. Order buy cancelled. Up there. Order close. Submitted. Excellent. Order everything's canceled. Working as it should. So news is coming up. When did you say? Oh, quite quickly. Yeah. So if this is a first break, I'm not sure whether it is. We're kind of missing all that. So you would generally think that kind of makes more sense. So there may be a small break. Usually with such a small break and a push-up, it's part of the channel, so I'm not convinced that's it. So it is frustrating when I got different things in different places. So that is lovely. 15-year-old, 46% non-chill filtered. That's the most expensive bottle of whiskey I've ever bought. I thought first $10,000 month, let's spend £100 on a bottle. If I can get to a 20,000, 200 and so on, let's see how much I can spend on whiskey. So, whether that's a break, push up to a new high, it's not a massive channel. It's quite wide. And not only that, do you know what? Yeah, I think we've already had a break and a new high, but this thing's coming up. Breakout, the Pappy for 20k. It's nice to have these little treats and targets, isn't it? I think it's, you know, if you're earning a bit more money, you got to kind of enjoy life, haven't you? It's not about sticking every penny in the bank, is it? You've got to have your little bits of treats, haven't you? Most I've spent on a bottle of whiskey before for a birthday or something like that is about £70. But I have been looking at I've had the 12-year-old Glenfarclas, but I've been looking at this, the 15-year-old on and off for a while. I did actually buy another bottle when I was in there, but I won't go into that. Everything's quite small at the moment. All the comments. I've got to say, beautiful monitors. It's just a shame the only ones here. So yeah, last night, one of my accounts was small, took a stupid risk just out of frustration, really, and blew the account. I'm not bothered. It was the lowest. I'm treating the other ones with kid gloves, so I just did an evaluation and got it back. So, okay, so news coming up in 5 minutes. Hey Ben, how you doing, buddy? What's the name of the whiskey again? This one, it's a Glenfarclas. It's a Highland. It's from Highlands. As anybody knows anything about whiskey, you've got your different whiskey regions: Highlands, Lowlands, Speyside, Isla, stuff like that. So it's a 15-year Glenfarclas. I've had the 12 before, but it's lovely. It's quite dark, actually. It does look to me like it is slightly coloured. Usually they use E something. It's like a caramel colour. I don't think it says, but it's nice. It's quite a sharp taste to it. It is 46%. Oh, it's natural colour. That's strange. Okay, so it's sherry cask. So that's what's giving it the colour. I bought this one, and I bought a Lechaig, 10-year-old Lechaig, and I spent about £160 in there. Got myself a new glass. My dishwasher tends to eat whiskey glasses. These kind of, I think Glencairns they call them. They're quite thin and they tend to break easy, but they're pretty cheap anyway. I thought I'd go and treat myself as I've had a good month. You got to give yourself these little targets and treats me. Isla takes the cake for me. I love Isla whiskies. Generally, Isla whiskies are your peated types like your Lafroigs and stuff like that. But I got to say, first time I ever tasted a peated whiskey, I couldn't drink it. I thought it was absolutely disgusting. Tasted burnt. But a whiskey guy I know who runs these like tasting. He said just have a little bit of a sip of it every day. Now they're my favourite whiskies. They're really intense. They've just got a flavour unlike any other type of whiskey. It's just from the peat. They tend to, as opposed to drying the grain with sort of logs when they dry them, burn them and dry them, they tend to do it with peat, which puts like a smoky type. But yeah, first one. You the same, Devon? Yeah. I love Isla whiskies, I got to say. In fact, I very nearly bought... I was... I had a toss-up between the Lechague and the Port Charlotte. I think Port Charlotte won Whiskey of the Year last year, I think. But it's one I hadn't had. The trouble is, the good thing is you go to these whiskey shops, you can spend an absolute fortune. There was a 3,000 bottle of something or other in there. £3,000 bottle. So, news, 3 minutes. They do take a little bit of getting used to, these wide screens. When I was drawing the channel, I wondered whether the channel was going to bend, but it just looks a bit weird at the start. Sean, how you doing? This spike and channel starts at around 7:22. Yeah, you might have to update that into my time, but 7:22. Oh, you'll make 7:22 my time. You're about here. Someone else mentioned there. It could be. It really could be. In fact, now we're up here, it actually looks a bit better. So you may be right. And if that's the case, that might not have been it. The trouble is, we've got a channel down there. Generally, when we have a break, you're looking for a new low. It don't look bad, actually, especially now we've had another touch up here. That doesn't look bad. Okay, so Dan's put his like that as well. So, yeah, that makes sense. You like the Macallan? Yeah. It's quite pricey with the Macallan. I had a double. I think it was the 12-year-olds in a bar where I live at Christmas. I think it was about £16 for a double. So, actually didn't sound too bad, to be honest with you, considering what's a bottle. I think a bottle of 12-year-old Macallan's about £70-80 over here or something. But they do vary. I'm guessing you US guys probably pay a little bit more. Having said that, if you buy a lot of it, perhaps you don't. But you got to enjoy life a little, haven't you? Yeah, you channel bending as well. Okay, news. Yeah, I think it's just probably getting your eyes used to it, but news finished. Yeah, so it hasn't done much. Yeah, it's hard to know whether I'm guessing it doesn't bend it. It's just, I think it's just what your eyes are seeing. Display that logic to my, yeah, exactly. You get used to it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I will. I got to say, compared to my others, now this one is a Kurai. I don't think it's one of the more expensive models, obviously, but it had good ratings. It's 165 hertz, which is not so much relevant to a trader, more of a gamer. But it's 1440, so it's a little bit better quality than my normal. I think I can't remember what my main screen. I'll tell you, what is it? It's an MSI, my other one. And comparing the two together, the blacks are blacker on the new one and the whites are whiter, and everything's just that bit crisper. Quite a bit crisper, actually. But what I wanted to do is have the 1,000 tick chart on the one side, maybe a third of it, and the rest, the 2,000 tick. The trouble is, when you're glancing up and down, I tend to focus on one more than the other. It'd be nice to just knock your eyes to the left. So that ATR is down quite low. 3.3, that's probably about as low as it's been. It's great, really, such a step up. It's surprising how much. I didn't think it would make much of a difference, but I mean, I don't know whether you guys would notice a difference on mine. Probably not. But if I zoom right in, the bars were quite fuzzy on my other chart, and on this, much better. And at the end of the day, I spend probably the best part of 3 hours glaring at this screen every day, and you want to kind of make it as nice as you can, don't you? when you have the money to start spending things we don't need. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I need whiskey. I need whiskey. But it's mainly just for some Apex special offer on the 3. Yes, they do, but at the moment it's 80% off. We'll come around again in a sec. It's 80% off, which is about 30. Let's call it $35. Here we go. The 250 and the 300,000 are still the same as the 50, $33, but they're $85 to pay for the PA. So they're a really good deal. Now, I personally am not a fan of them because I tend to trade aggressively when I take evaluations, and obviously you've got to hit more targets. But if you like the bigger tax write-off, absolutely. If you like the bigger accounts, they're a really good deal. I got my first Apex account via your code on Friday. Excellent. How long have you been trading for, Devon? Just let me know, bud. If you're still relatively new, I genuinely would just stick to the one. It's so easy to just get a little bit carried away and start to go mad. So can I push that up a little bit? I don't think it looks terrible, does it? But yeah, absolutely. I know, I think it's cheaper in the UK. You don't pay as much tax as we do. Once you get above, I think it's £55,000 in the UK, you're paying 40% of everything you earn above that. So it makes sense that if you're going to be in that area, you know, put some money into a pension. That saves you tax, and obviously, you know, buy some gear. Some say chart backgrounds dark is better for your eyes. Do you know what, Karina? I've played around. I've switched back and forth on different colours. I would say you're right. Bright probably does. I put more dark having issues since I started. Yeah. I gotta say it doesn't seem to affect me looking at white, but I think it's common sense. If you're looking at a very bright colour all day, it probably has more strain on your eyes. I've tried a couple of times to go to black, but something just brings me, it just doesn't feel right. It's probably just because I'm not used to it, but it makes sense, doesn't it? Darken things down. In most other things, you know, if you look at my YouTube, look, everything's darker. So I may try again once I get this other monitor and everything's set up and all the wires are sorted out, and I've got bits crisscrossing everywhere at the moment. I'm gonna have another go and maybe even find something in the middle, so maybe sort of a grey or something. I can read the chart so much better when it's white. I feel that way as well. Whether it's psychological, I don't know, but I feel that way. I feel I can see what's going on a bit clearer. Whether it is just because it's like might be a comfort blanket, you get used to it. Oh, that is lovely. Yeah, it might be just that. 8% of traders have dark charts. It's funny. I mean, I browse YouTube, well, probably every day at various different trades, and I'd agree with you. A lot more have it darker. It probably does. What I'll say is, I rarely spend 3.5 hours more than that. So, if you were trading all day, and I know some traders do, that may be more of an issue. Look, you know, staring at a bright screen, but. Yeah, both. In fact, funny you should say that. When I get this other monitor, I was going to put a couple, maybe just one section. I was thinking about having maybe the NQ and maybe the Dow, just to see how they perform. I see a lot of traders keeping an eye on those as well. Sometimes one can be an indication of what something else is going to do, and I was going to do those in black. Just, I don't know, just to make something a bit more aesthetically pleasing, but. I work in tech, so after trade and I have to go to my job to the same computer. Got to say, I built my own computer. Never done it before. Really rewarding. I really enjoyed it. It's not. I mean, nowadays things are a lot more plug and play, aren't they? But I think what shocked me more than anything is it worked, and it's worked ever since. But I'd never done it before. I'm not very techie. I like to think I am. I probably was when I was a bit younger. But I did enjoy building it. And, you know, the good thing nowadays with a lot of these sort of modern websites where you can order, they tend to know what conflicts, you know, what bits of hardware conflict, and it's relatively easy to buy it. Even on Amazon now, they suggest, you know, if you pull up a processor, they tend to give you suggestions about what, you know, certain hardware you could purchase with it and what generally works with it. But sometimes blue block glasses, yeah, you can get them, can't you? I looked at a pair of. See, I wear glasses for driving and maybe sometimes TV. This distance is fine for me, but I tried on a pair of Tom Ford glasses a couple of weeks ago with a slight blue tint, a blue thing that's supposed to be better for you on a. I don't need them for monitors. This is the ideal. You know, once you get a little bit further distance, I tend to wear them. But well, now I've had that whiskey and I've chatted with you guys, I feel a lot more relaxed. I was frustrated earlier with Amazon, but sometimes when... Excuse me, just 1 second. Sorry about that. I just read your comment and he started laughing mid conversation. Tony, how you doing, buddy? HMRC, that wouldn't shock me the slightest. Imagine that's first class flight to Dubai. It's in the prices of. Do you know, I was watching YouTube last night and I was looking at the Flying Scotsman, which is a train. It's owned by the same company that do the Orient Express, and they do a 6-day tour where you sleep on the train for 6 nights, and they take you to, I think, 4 or 5 different whiskey distilleries, and it was £9,000 minimum starting price per person. So I don't know. I'd love to go to Dubai. I'm not sure whether my wife or daughter would, for some reason. I don't know why. So I may have to go by myself. I'll do a poll on that later. Maybe you guys can. I've got to have a bit of surgery soon. Well, the next few months, that's what that call was. It was a pre-op. I did karate for about 17 years, and I broken and dislocated a toe. And it's just never quite healed right. It's always been uncomfortable. So I'm going to have a little bit of surgery to sort it out. So that's what that call was for. So that's the beauty of surgery. Then on your foot, you can still trade as long as your arms are working. No problem. So I've got a pre-op on next Monday at 2:30, so I won't be trading at 2:30. Pro trader when you start to worry about. I never worry about taxes. I mean, I absolutely understand. I mean, in this country, do you know, I was talking to who was he? He was an MP, I think, our local MP. I forget his name now. And he said the amount of, because, you know, a lot of people saying that why don't richer people pay, and the rate for people leaving the UK is gone up dramatically, and that's for tax reasons. The trouble is, you can, if you're a financial guy, I mean, as a trader, all we need is a computer, realistically, and an internet connection. You can trade from anywhere. And if you start to earn good money and you're paying 45% tax in the UK, and they talk about, you know, increasing it, you can go to places like Dubai and other certain places where they have, there's a very small amount of tax, but you have to be earning a stupid amount. But it makes sense. Why stay in here, this country, and get priced out of living here when you can move somewhere nicer with nicer weather and not have to pay tax? I don't think... you know, richer people should pay more. I think they pay enough. Don't get me wrong. You know, if people have, you know, worked hard all their life and they've taken risks and built business, you know, why should they pay more? They do anyway, but why should that be? You know, they constantly look to the wealthier people, because all you'll do is drive them out of the country and then you'll be worse off anyway. It certainly is. I was watching a video the weekend, and this guy had retired with a lump sum. Not a huge lump sum, but he paid himself... what did he pay himself? He paid himself $130,000 per year, and he lives comfortably, very comfortably, and he doesn't use he doesn't use all his money, and that's not a huge amount. To live on comfortably, to be honest with you. Rich people have more tools to pay less debt. Yeah, they do. Yeah, there's always ways, isn't there? Now, this is tempting. Second entry long year. The trouble is, I don't know whether this is an overshoot. What I will say, it's a very small bar.
Order submitted.
Well, it was. Not so much. No, I'm going to leave that.
Order cancelled.
I don't think it's terrible. My only slight issue is this channel. There may be an overshoot there. It depends how you're looking at this. Even if you're bringing up to there, which may mean we may come back a bit. Now, this is early days yet. We could look at the chart later in the day, and we may end up coming up here. But at the moment... I don't think I really want to get into a trade like that just at the moment. There's rules to follow. Well, I'll tell you something. Dubai has changed a lot. And Dubai is the third safest place to live in the world. And that is based on women. So I have a Facebook group of people, expats who've moved there, and women actually feel very comfortable there. It's surprising, actually. But I know my father-in-law went over there to stay with someone for a while. They don't lock their doors. They don't lock their cars. It's supposed to be a very, very safe place to live. So it's changed. You know, things are much better than they used to be. You know, obviously a lot of Arab countries, you know, are quite strict on, you know, maybe certain women's rights. But I think places like Dubai have changed. They've had to change. I know if you look back a few years, I think there was a kind of a well-known DJ in the UK called Groove Rider. And he borrowed a friend's bag and went over to Dubai. And apparently this friend had some tiny little bit of some drug in there, just a trace of it. And they locked him up for 2 years. That was 7-8 years ago, but I know things have changed. If there's any issues with drugs, that sort of thing, they'll deport you now rather than kind of lock you up. But it's supposed to be very safe to live in Dubai. You listen to Mac. This was last week. It's right. Strict, don't go for 4. I did, yeah. The trouble is, you probably remember this, Jan. I think I mentioned this briefly on Friday, I think it was. Mac actually came out a couple of months back, maybe 6 months back, and said that if you can only afford to go for 1 to 2 contracts, you got to go for more points because the numbers won't match. It's tempting to go long here, but I'm going to sit tight because something about this I'm not a fan of. And that might be it. There's a failure there. Try go once, try twice, failure. I was going to say a short option might not be terrible there, but we're still going up at the moment. There's a reason that strategy to work as long as you're really good at it. Still watch that series banged up abroad. Americans and Brits imprisoned aboard. I was maybe paranoid, yeah. Yeah, I know, it's crazy, isn't it, really? But I know Dubai now, if there's any type of issue. I mean, even things like, I don't know about the US, but things like cocodamol. Cocodamol's it's a painkiller in the UK. You probably guys have heard of it. But it's illegal in a lot of countries. Because I think is it cocaine based? I don't know, in all fairness. But I know there are certain rules on stuff like this. But I know Dubai now, if something doesn't go right, they'll just deport you rather than lock you up. But on the table, that's really good. Yeah. Well, I mean, let's just. There was a second entry along there, but this is looking like a channel. There was I'm gutted I never took this on my multiple accounts because that to me is an absolute beautiful triple test. Now, even if you on the odd occasion, I'm going to start to hold on, but if you held there after that trade and it followed each individual bar down until you got stopped out, you'd have had 26 points. So when you get a good setup, these good setups really move. Now, for me, it's sacrilege to take that amount of profit when that is the potential. And if you ride that down to each swing and then maybe there, I mean, look at that's 40 points. That's 40 trades to max. So for me, I've been trading this chart long enough now to know that when you get a good setup, they go for way more than a point. Now, on the rare occasion, if Mac is trading a very tight range, going short here for a 1.25, you know, maybe something he'll do, which is fine. I would just avoid that trade, but good quality trades really move well. And for me, it's a shame, I think, to go for a point. But everyone's different. I kind of wish I'd have taken that now. Small overshoot, failure. I was very tempted, but it's a bit stacked. So, but I think when you've been trading a while, you kind of get I've heard Mac talk about this. You get your own kind of way of doing things. And my way of doing things is just going for a bit more points. And I haven't just, taken Mac's advice and randomly made my own decision. I've based that on nearly 4 years of trading this every day and seeing what happens to price. So, you base your decisions. We all make different changes and adjust things, and we base those on experience. You don't turn up to Pat's 101 on day one and go, I'm not listening to you, I'm going for more points. You can't do that. But when you've been doing it for a while, you do get an understanding for it. And when you see good setups, they really do go for a lot of points. Granted, some will go up, 5 or 6 points, come down and stop out where you may have taken. So it's not always advantageous to go for big swings, but there are times that it's worth it. Yeah, I'm not super confident on what I've got drawn at the moment. Most of all, marked trades were 2 points. Yeah, see, I looked at Mac's charts. I froze his chart and I looked back and I counted how many trades he'd marked over a period of time, and I think it was 97. I think it was 97. I think it was something like 105. And 102 of them went for 2 points. So it's an absolute no-brainer. So moving up to 2 points was a no-brainer for me. But everyone's got their own slight tolerance to risk. So, some people will think it's worth going for a bit more. Now, my win rate is good at the moment. Now, there are times where I get out of a trade a little bit earlier. It is what it is. But and that's just probably down to a bit of lack of confidence, in letting something run. But there are certain trades that I will get involved in that I think it's worth holding for more than 3 points. That triple test on Friday was a perfect example. Was it Friday? It was. Where's Friday? Is that one there? I mean, I thought that was particularly good. We had this, kind of a channel down there, somewhere along those lines. 1, 2, 3. And look how well that worked. So there are times where I think, and this type of thing, triple tests, usually, like Mac will say, sometimes it's the centre of the pattern. So if you pick that move up and match it to that, you've got a bigger swing here. The only thing that puts me off making some of these decisions is confidence in, am I looking at the right thing? I think for me, sometimes it's just a bit of lack of confidence. See, we may have a small break there and a new low, but there may be an overshoot. So there's so many things that are questionable about getting into a trade here. Do I go short? Is this the first break? Do I get a second entry short? Have we already had a break and a new low? Is this a higher low? Is it going up? There's so many different, decisions that are flying around your brain at any one point in time. And what I see is, the way I see it is, all these decisions kind of cloud up your vision a little bit, and then just from time to time your brain will go, something about this I like, and you get that little bit of clarity. So possible second entry shorty, you could even say triple test. The only issue I have with it is we've been going up since the market opened. Doesn't mean it won't come down and stop out these two bars here. But overshoot could result in a reversal. Break in a channel could result in we've already made a new low, in which case we could go up. There's so many variables. See, I wouldn't take a higher low there for some reason, so we may have a leg and a leg, and this may come back. I just want to see what Dan's making of this, so I've asked him to post this chart. Trouble is, if this is coming down, we could get a second entry short here, but I'm not sure where there's a break, so I'd just like to get another view. Super. Okay, so Dan has moved that up to there. So yeah, same as me basically. Small break, 2 pushes to a new low. I wouldn't take that personally. It's too tight. It's too much in a straight line for me. I'm not sure, Bud. You're going to have to look into that. I think I've only ever had about three 250k accounts. I'm not a fan of them. I get they're cheap, but cheap isn't everything, is it? If you're after growing something, longevity, trading a few more accounts or trading less accounts and having less of a drawdown, if you're a trader and you've come into this space, let's say you're making money in the past, there's no issues. I get why you may say, I'm going to purchase, if you're a tried and tested trader, I get it if you say, I'm going to purchase $300,000 accounts and I want to get them to $20,000 in each and take $5,000 a month from. I get that. But for someone like me, I don't want to spend time growing something like that. I remember listening to the guy that had that biggest payout, the American guy before the British guy, forget his name now. He did a video about it. He got $300,000 accounts and had the intention on trading max contracts, and in the end he was trading 2 to 3, which is kind of doable. 2's doable on the 50k. So for me, I think the 50k is the sweet spot. But if you want a couple, I know Nutty's got a couple of, I think 150s or 250s or something, and he's got 7 or 8,000 in each. So if you like that sort of stuff, they're a good deal. But just because they're bigger, I wouldn't necessarily run out. So Chandler, too slam board. Yeah, you and me both. You and me both. Hopefully, if that continues sideways, a failed breakout of here may be an option. So what t-shirt I got on today? You see that? You probably can't, can you? Let me just drop it down. I forgot I had this. Did anybody else get a t-shirt from Apex? Let me just lower it. Anybody else? Why aren't you moving down? Anybody else get up? Why is it shooting back up? Oh, I see it now. It's following me. It's following my face. It's following my face for some reason. No, it's my Apex one. I've forgotten I had this actually. My wife did some washing. I just noticed it hanging up, so I thought I'd chuck it on. Yeah, it's following my face for some reason. Look. Must have it set that way. Oh well. So up, sideways, up. So definitely a spiking channel, isn't it? No argument there. We could do with a bed actually next to our trading desk, just for when it gets like this. The trouble is with this kind of trading, you know, I know a lot of traders who trade sort of bigger time frames will get alerts if price comes back into a certain area. It's not quite that simple for us, isn't it? It's very much a hands-on type of way of trading this. Mind you, the beauty is I rarely do. I mean, I'm trading a little bit more now because you US guys have gone forward an hour. But it'll, you know, I tend to do 4 hours now, but I'll go back to about 3, I think, next week. But yeah, it can be boring. It's a little slow. What I will say is it's weird, isn't it? See how slow it is now. Look at that ATR. That ATR is the lowest it's been for a month, 2.46. Super low, that is. So volume's obviously just dried up a little bit, isn't it? Well, I say volume. It's not as still volume, but not quite how it was. It's certainly died off a wee touch. Five-minute chart, I know, yeah. I was watching that. The you know, the guy took the 1.5 million out of Apex, trades a 15-minute chart. He probably feels like he's got all day to make a decision. I mean, we have seconds, don't we, to make some decisions? Well, majority decisions. I don't know, actually, mate, to be honest with you. It doesn't, well, that I'm aware of. Yeah, he's, what's his name? Is it? Oh, I forget his name now. He's not a youngish guy. He's in his, what is he, 20s, late 20s? But he lost, I think it was 150 winner. Is it FT? What was it called that went down? FTX? Lost 150,000. Oh, good grief. Mind you, I mean, the guy can clearly make money, so 150,000 probably isn't as, wouldn't be life-changing to us as it would be to him, but he can clearly make money, can't he? I forget his name. British guy, isn't he? Essex way. Come to me. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? He made that money from Apex. They paid him, Kane, and then they shut him down and blocked his accounts. So if a company, you know, wants to find people who can trade and make money out of them, why wouldn't you take full advantage of a guy that can, you know, draw that type of money? It makes perfect sense to me. Kane, yeah, I saw him being interviewed by, is it Tanya? Tanya. She has some sort of following, she does. Trading ICT. God, it's so slow, isn't it? blonde wig on, some makeup. That might be the key. That might be the key to success. Slap on some makeup. In fact, I've got a photograph of me with some makeup somewhere. I had a few drinks one night and I'd fallen asleep. My daughter decided to make me up pretty badly. That's the key. Perhaps it's the blonde wig. But yeah, she has a massive following, doesn't she? And she gets something like a huge amount of views a day. She gets 20,000 views a day. Something horrendous like that, isn't it? Something. I'm not that good looking. That's what it is, I think. I've got to say, watching, I thought Alpine was super quiet on that, where he traded with Patrick Wheeland and Nutty. He was very shy, wasn't he? Super quiet he was. I think he did. Yeah, he does. He's. Yeah, I think he's used to. He has got quite kind of a shy personality. He's not like quite like. Well, he's nothing like Patrick, is he? He's not like a. I got to say, for a US guy, he's kind of very British, because you US guys and girls are quite sort of full of life, and you don't hold back. You get your feelings out. Whereas British people, we're kind of shy and boring, for want of a better word. He's very British, if you like it. He's quite quiet, isn't he? And Nutty's a little bit more lively, and obviously Patrick Wheeland's, kind of the complete opposite. But he should have been British. He should have done. Stage fright, probably, yeah. He's kind of used to that camera just on him. When there's sort of other people around him, he kind of didn't know where to put himself, really. Oh, of course he is. Yeah, of course he is. He's Polish, isn't he? Yeah, he's Polish. He's Polish. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Although he's kind of, he's Polish, isn't he? I think he came over as a youngster, didn't he? That makes sense, actually. That makes sense. I'm going to say, because he's quite quiet for you US guys are a lot just, I don't know, what's the one, for want of a better word, without coming over rude? You're a little bit more full of life than we are. You get your feelings out. If there's something on your minds, you say it. British people, we tend to just bottle it in and keep our mouths shut. We're scared to say anything sometimes. Whereas, a lot of US guys, if you've got something on your mind, you just come out with it and say it, which is kind of really the better way to be. British, we're a bit reserved and boring and a bit too posh, I think, aren't we? Yeah, of course he's Polish. I remember him saying. I was watching some TV earlier, and there's a guy who runs a hotel that is a castle, and he charges a lot of money to stop at this hotel. And he was contacted to ask him if he had rooms spare that the British government could put asylum seekers in. And I think he charges something like £800 per night to stay in this place. And the British government were prepared to pay that money to put asylum seekers in. I think it's absolutely shocking. Don't get me wrong. I understand if people come from war-torn countries, they want to get to a place of safety. 100%. I'd be feeling the same way. But when you come through half a dozen other safe countries to get to the UK, that's the bit that just, we've got, they're on about stopping free school meals for youngsters, which is going to mean the poorest of society, the kids are going to suffer, which I think's atrocious. Also, The older people, the older generation, they're stopping the winter fuel payments. So it seems they're quite happy to throw money at putting asylum seekers up in £800 a night castles, but they're taking funds away from little kids who come from poorer families to have a school meal, and the older generation that fought for this country and you know, and so on. They're making those go without the winter fuel payments. I just disagree with it. And another thing, I watched a program once about a guy got on a boat with his wife and his daughter died. You shouldn't be putting your kids at risk. If you're already in a safe country, you should be staying there. Starmer is getting, yeah, he is, isn't he? Next, Tony Blair. Don't talk to me about Tony Blair. Yeah. It's absolutely ridiculous, I got to say. How can you say, can we put asylum seekers, and fair dues to the guy refused. I think it was on this morning programme, £800 a night they usually charge, and they wanted to. It's shocking. It's shocking. You know, don't get me wrong, I'm not. Order trays, lines in next release, show ticks and label. Would you prefer ticks or total base? I use ticks, bud. No real reason. I just tend to prefer ticks. I was going to mention to you earlier. I'll tell you what it was. I can't seem to move this for some reason. It's okay at the moment, but when I get my other screen, I wanted it to move it more to the left. But you're supposed to hover down the bottom, aren't you? Hover here somewhere and then move it. Somewhere like that. I was trying to, I couldn't figure out how to do it. I might drop you a text earlier, drop you a message later. But yeah, I'm assuming that's what you mean. I tend to go with ticks. It just resonates with me a bit quicker for some reason. I tell you what, yeah, and I think you're carving out a whole new career for yourself there, bud. I used to have a friend who was a programmer. Going back 10 years, he was on £45 an hour then. That's a lot of money to be made in this type of stuff, especially the amount of pages of code that you say are in some of your pieces of software. Especially in traders, the ex-Apex guys showed. I had a message from Daryl Martin earlier. I put I was flicking through Apex Trustpilot, and I got put through to Trustpilot to put a comment, and I thought I'll put an honest comment, and I put, Apex have a few little hiccups here or there, but I've never had a problem. Follow the rules, and you get paid. I've got no issues. And I had a message back from Daryl. I thought he'd kind of taken a back seat. I didn't know how much of a back seat he'd taken. Now, I think John's the other guy. I don't know whether it's personality-wise. I was never a massive fan of John, but I like Daryl. I think Daryl was kind of more like us. I don't know, but I did hear he'd taken a back seat. I don't kind of know why. I know John Skelton's. You're a big fan, Karina, of John Skelton, aren't you? It doesn't strike me as the type of person that would be in business with Daryl. Oddly enough, I don't know why. Darren Martin, I kind of liked. If I've ever been in a conversation with him in they will give 9%. Yeah, I may have to up my. If you click the like button about another 50,000 times, then we may get something. Now, I get the fact that if they're putting a lot of business in, they give them something different. What I didn't realise, and somebody mentioned it in the stream about the code PW, I didn't realise he'd done them for Nutty as well. I'd have preferred to give my money to Nutty, to be honest with you, because I like him. Out of all three of them, Nutty, I'd say is my favourite. I've had a few conversations with him. I think he's a nice guy. He's a nice comical guy. But I didn't realise. I thought it was just PW. But no, you could use anything. John is like, yeah, he is, isn't he? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's the politician. Sometimes they avoid something, and once in a blue moon they put their foot in the mouth, don't they? But Daryl, I kind of always liked. I think Daryl is just a trader, isn't he? And another guy I talk to from Apex once in a while as well, Chris Childers. I found him all right. I've had a little conversation with him in the past, and he's always been okay. So it's hard to know what's going on here. We got a channel down here, 2 attempts to push up. I'm guessing we're probably going to have maybe another leg down to this kind of area. Yeah, one of them just can't seem to avoid putting his foot in his mouth. Do you know, I think there's only one politician I've ever come across that I really liked and I tended to believe was Miliband, not Ed, his brother, David Miliband. I watched him being interviewed a few times. I thought he was a very smart, switched-on guy. Now, there's a lot you can say about politicians. I watched a program once about politicians, the way they're educated and the way they're trained very, very carefully to avoid certain questions. It's part of how you learn to be a politician. But I actually liked David Miliband. I know he went up against his brother, didn't he, Ed? And then obviously, Ed did what he did, and I think David moved over to the US for a while. But I liked him. But yeah, there's another guy I like as well. I think he's a defense secretary at the moment. I think he's an ex-colonel. I can't remember his name now. But yeah, I wasn't a fan of Vance. I don't know. Politics is a funny old subject. Okay, so we got Mac's chart coming up here. Mac has done something completely different, as we'd expect Mac to do. Hold on. Oh no, tell a lie. Let me have a look at this. This is Max at the moment. Anybody make head and tail of that? We got this up, didn't we? We had some news, didn't we? So the news is around about here. So we had that sideways stuff. Okay, so it's from here. So I think we had that like that. Oh, I don't know. That's kind of irrelevant now, isn't it? I like that, to be honest with you. I can't see any major issues with it. So Max has got that. A little bit of sideways here, and he's got his from there tight to there. Trouble is, if you've got that, excuse me, if you've got that, this kind of doesn't make sense now, really. This is one touch, this is two touches, and now we're kind of out. Now, bearing in mind, Mac will be constantly, you know, changing things and updating things. I'm not so sure. Let's put it back to where it was. I suppose the one thing is you've got this little bit which is above everything else. But at quick glance, it doesn't look that bad. So let's just pay attention to this. So we've got a leg down, a little bit of sideways and a leg down. Okay, so I'd like this to come down. There is kind of a higher low there, but this to me, leg down, 2 attempts. I'd like to come down a little bit lower towards this. So for me, that is a bit risky. It may work, but my guess is something doesn't feel right about it. Mind you, having said that, we may... no, something about this I don't like. That is the obvious one that may get stopped out, which it's just... So, Dan's got this like this. Was that kind of how Mac had it or not? Maybe not. So Dan took that. He took it as a screw it trade. That sounds a bit odd. So it did work. I was just a bit unsure because if there is a bigger channel there, we could quite easily have a leg down, a little bit of a pullback and another leg down. So it wasn't for me. But it did work. Because I've been taking different payments from different accounts. When an account pays, I got to reset the day so I can keep track of it. Trouble is not easy. I got 1, 2. The beauty is, of these accounts I've got, I've only actually had payments from 9 of them, which is encouraging. So if I can get to $10,000 in a month with 9 accounts, then with 20 accounts, $20,000 is certainly feasible, or even anywhere close to it. So at the end of this week, I'm going to zero everything, just trade everything, and forget everything till a week before the end of the month. It's just too confusing getting bits of payments here, there, and from different parts of the month. Just gets a bit confusing. Just check everything's
Order
working.
submitted.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Order cancelled. Order submitted.
Yeah.
Order submit. Order cancelled. Order submitted.
Beautiful.
Order cancelled.
Just want to make sure that everything's opening and closing like it should do. Come on then. Come on then. The tool works. It's good, actually. It's just so much quicker. It's too long-winded the other way. So, is this channel valid? Well, it could be. We may be finding a bit of support here. Mind you, sometimes it'll do that, go sideways and carry on. So slow, isn't it? posted in Marcus' Facebook. Yeah, I noticed he's got some other, I don't think they're available yet. He's got some drawing tools, I think, available or coming up soon, I think. I don't think they're available now. I did look on his website over the weekend, but I believe they're out any time. The boy's definitely got some skills, that's for certain. I love this, and the news as well. It's fantastic. I love that. It's kind of obvious. I don't know why, people haven't come up with these ideas before. So easy to get focused on it that you forget what's happening with the news, and you get something big and bold which flashes in front of your eyes. You can't miss it. And this as well, so quick. Normally, if I do a buy order here, I got to right click, scroll to
Order
buy,
submitted.
and I'm there. Whereas at the moment,
Order cancelled.
click, and I'm in.
Order submitted.
It's less than half the time. It makes things. The trouble is, I'm not a
Order
massive
cancelled.
fan of having orders sat there waiting, just in case anything happened with my equipment, with my internet, and I have an order sat there. You don't know whether something's going to be said in the news or you for whatever reason. So I'm not a fan of thinking, okay, we're in an uptrend here, let's get an order ready, which takes time,
Order
and have it
submitted.
sat down here just in case it comes down. Because, unless you go for the buy or sell button, sometimes these orders appear, these setups appear quite quick. And in all
Order
fairness, you've got
cancelled.
to click, then you've got to scroll up, make sure you hit the right thing, and it takes seconds. Click,
Order submitted.
and then close.
Order
Everything's where you
cancelled.
need it. It's kind of the perfect place. If we're taking trades, usually they're around about here, so everything's literally within spitting distance. So, touch. If this is a channel which is not looking too bad, we're clearly finding some support here. Hopefully, we'll come back from this area and then maybe work our way down here, or in an ideal world, down here somewhere. $8650. Oh, payment. I appreciate it. I'm just looking along here thinking 8650. What am I looking at? It is nice to start finally making some consistent money. I've had bits, but it's just been sporadic. My mindset's changed. With the help of you guys, with the help of Guardian Angel. I definitely say to people who are new to this, make sure you're in contact with other traders, chat with them, learn from them, learn together. It doesn't half make this journey a lot easier. It's miserable doing it by yourself. It's miserable enough as it is. Along my first ever payout I got 2 years ago. Now, you can argue whether it was deserved, whether it was just plain luck. I'd say probably that one wasn't too bad, but probably 9 out of 10 every others were questionable whether I traded the perfect way. But I think the first year, I think I got about $8,000 to $10,000 in the first year. Well, I said the first year. I've been trading a year then. Let's say the second year. Last year, I did $22,000 throughout the whole year. By the end of this 3 months, I'll have quite likely hit that already. So I would say it's took me till probably the end of last year, let's say 4 months away, to start noticing that change in mindset where I don't still have that same frustrations to do something stupid. Now, Guardian Angel Trader has definitely made a big impact. And Guardian Angel Traders stopped me revenge trading long enough to allow my accounts to organically grow. And then all of a sudden you get this, okay. So I haven't revenge traded because it's Guardian Angel stopped me and my account is starting to grow. What does that tell me? So you kind of get that aha moment. And that's happened. And all of a sudden, in the last 3 months, I'm trading the right way. And things are working. We kind of knew it was the right thing to do, but knowing something and being able to do it are quite different. And it is. It's exposing yourself to those emotions for long enough for it to start to have less of an impact on you, so you can trade. I dare say it's anything. If you put remember those beams you got at school? It's about 4-inch wide beam, piece of wood. It's a foot off the ground and you walk along it. You can walk along it, no problem. But if you stuck that beam 20 foot in the air, now that changes things. The beam doesn't change, but the emotions in the fact that you may fall off and hurt yourself, that changes the whole dynamics. So the beauty is the more you do this day in, day out, the more you get exposed to it, it has less of an impact on your emotions. It starts to become like a normal everyday job, or as close to a normal everyday job as you can. But it takes a lot more time than you realise, way more time than I ever thought it would. I mean, this, I've been around the clock in my years. I've done a bunch of different jobs, and this has by far been the most stressful, the most difficult skill to learn. And when you're blowing 900 evaluations, it's very hard to believe you're ever really going to be able to do it. But if you stick at it, you'll get your rewards and it will happen. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when. There's so many, we've all read books about trading and from various different people. And one thing they tend to neglect to say is trading takes a long time. Once you're exposed to those emotions for long enough, they will start to become less of an issue. I've never heard those words used in all the books I've read about trading. They say you need to take deep breaths, you need to walk away from the chart, you need to journal, you need meditation, you need to have self-belief, and all this sort of stuff. And while they may play a part, the biggest bit of information out there, which I'd have loved when I started, is it is going to take time. Don't worry about making mistakes. The more you expose yourself to those emotions again and again, sooner or later will start to become not an issue or less of an issue until you start to get that self-control. And I've never read that. So we got a channel, a break, new high, try to go once, try to go twice. I was just going to say, there looks like a failure there. So I don't necessarily think that was any type of news, or there's a second entry long there. There may have been buyers there. I think it just pushed down and cleared some of this out. And there may have been, buyers sat here waiting to push this up. So I think that may have caused that to drop and push up. I was just looking at this, thinking this looks like there may be a failure or a lower high or whatever. And obviously, Trump, Musk, cabinet must meet there. Nothing else on financial wise. Yeah, I don't think it was anything specific. So, channel, we've had a breakdown and we've retested this area. So that might not be the worst trade in the world. I'm staying out of it. I don't like that wick. It's quite big. If we're going up, we could get a leg and a leg. So that doesn't interest me. Now, do I think that's probably going to get stopped out? I'd have guessed so. And it has. But this doesn't necessarily strike me as a fantastic place to jump in. There's always that possibility. See, we've tried a bunch of times to get up and we could end up coming down here like this, back into this little bit of a range or back to this area here. So just didn't interest me, that. Definitely very bullish today. So we are up a grand total of not as much as I thought, actually 70, just over 70 points. I wonder. I wouldn't be surprised if we do a little bit of this. Okay, let's just see if my 5-minute break things or where that's going to pop up. God knows where that is. Okay, so order top. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break, make a quick cup of coffee, and I will be back. Okay, my apologies. I decided to have a coffee. My coffee machine freaked out on me. Okay, so have I missed anything? Absolutely nothing. Wow, this volume's getting worse, isn't it? Leg up, break. Touch. Why is it so slow? Markets moved. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? We're used to. I mean, look at that ATR. This is that ATR hasn't been that low for about 2 months. It is strange. Anything specifically happening in the week? There isn't really, is there? Strange. Leg and a leg. I'd like to get a bit of feedback on this. Anybody else looking at possibly that type of a chart? So Thomas Wade. I can't even work out where he's got his. He's got that chart there, and that. No, it's lower than that. And the bottom's lower. It doesn't make sense. We're missing everything there. Thomas Wade's got his like that. I can't seem to get a channel I like here, in all fairness. I'm considering the larger channel with a break and measured legs to a new high. Sometimes you're better off getting rid of it all and starting again. So we've got that push up. 2 pushes up again, pull back. Where's Trump when we need him? It'd be nice if we can have some sort of arrangement that he can just say enough just to bump that ATR a little bit. See, to me, this looks like it's kind of working at a slightly different level. Have I tried that? I think I did, didn't I? It's hard, isn't it? The trouble is, if you can't get it right, it does make the chance of reading it and making the right decisions a little bit trickier. I was chatting with Marco quickly during the break. How many jobs can you sit here? In fact, I'm going to make a point that this is the best job in the world next week, because I'm going to trade in my underwear. Now, just in case anybody's a bit squeamish, what I mean is I'm going to trade in my boxer shorts, so from the waist upwards I'll look pretty normal. So how many jobs can you trade in your underwear and drink scotch? It's kind of like, it's not only the perfect job, it's like the perfect life. Marco is a banker. Is he really? Yeah, I like Marco. He's a nice guy. I tell you what, I have never, ever, ever had nothing but positive feedback and support from that guy since I started. And it's nice to have people around you who are like that, because this is a tough business. And if you've got people who will give you some support, throw you a lifeline when you need it, and will answer every question. It's why I will never ever do any type of, I will never ever charge anybody to trade. I will never ever get into any type of teaching or making money from people, because people have given me a lot of time and they've never charged me for it. So as far as I'm concerned, the new people coming into this space, it's down to us people who've been doing it a little bit longer just to pass on the bits we've learned. It's about helping people. The trouble is, nowadays and age, everything is about making money. It doesn't matter what you do. How many times do you go away with your kids for a day out, and wherever you go, it's kind of like a constant money-making scheme. People are just, you're paying for this, paying for that. He's in Malta because of the taxes. Daniel told me. Yeah, I think he's from that area, isn't he? I think he's from that area. Yeah, I may be joining him there soon. Yeah, I think if you're earning good money like this, when you start to earn good money, that's part of the benefits. He is German. Is he really? Yeah, I suppose he could be. I spent a bit of time in Germany when I was younger. I wasn't very old. My stepfather was in the army, and my sister was born out there. Gossip has. He's a nice guy, actually. And Dan, I've only ever had good positive. Yeah, he's not very old, is he? I think he's in his late 30s, is he? Mid-late 30s, something like that. I don't want to insult him, just in case I got it wrong. But I got to say, I definitely struck gold when I got into this type of trading, because there's some great people in the Facebook group. I'll be forever grateful to Finding Mac, who taught me to trade for a very small amount of money, and just the amount of people, in this space that are helpful and happy to help new people. And that's the way I think business should be. People teach you, you pass it on, and it's about helping people. It's not about making money out of people. It's about helping each other. I remember the good thing about having, trader buddies in the US, if I can't sleep at 1 o'clock in the morning because I got something playing on my mind when I was learning to trade, I could speak to people who are still up 5 hours behind, and get some information so I could sleep. The trouble is with me, I'm a little bit kind of ADHD. If there's something playing on my mind, I need to kind of get it sorted out. Otherwise, it kind of just won't go away. So I had a fair amount of sleepless nights when I started to learn to trade. But the beauty is, in the Facebook group, there's no end of people who are happy to help. So it's a great place to be. Okay, so a little bit of side was there, maybe a failed breakout. I'm not in a hurry to take a long year at the moment. We kind of dropped there. It may work, but we got a little channel here, see, so we could have a break in a new low. There's plenty of space that the price could come down into, depending on how you've got this channel. There's a bunch of different ways of drawing this channel. So for me, that type of trade would more likely be a trap than to push up, because we have got a little channel there with a break. Or normally you'd expect that to come down. It could go up, but for me, I think it's a bit risky. At least the risk's a little bit better today. I think our average risk was about 5 points last week. It's just over 2 now, so where's this going? 100% down below there. That's why it's just a risky trade, that, because we got a channel down here with a break straight down. Took out that stop. So that's the thing I love about this now. I'm experienced enough to know when there's chances are there's going to be a trap. A year ago I'd have taken that every time, but now you get wise to it, and that's how you get better at trading. Just spotting something just doesn't look right here. Channel down with a break. I'd expect a new low. Depending on how you've drawn this channel, there's certainly an area where price could come down to here. Courses, yeah. The trouble is, there's that many stuff that people sort of they see an area for people trying to make better lives, and they just take advantage of them. They promise them, the earth. They haven't been trading long themselves. They charge them an extortionate amount of money, and people just end up losing money. I was this close to paying £350 for Michael Chin's course. Now, I'm the type of person that I don't spend money on a £25 toaster without Googling it to see if it's any good. So I did a little bit of research and came across Mac. And fortunately, Mac was a third of the price, so it was a win-win for me. But there's so many out there. I don't doubt it at all. I don't doubt it. People realise how difficult trading is, and they think, okay, I've learnt a little bit of skill. Maybe I can sell it and find some vulnerable people out there who are willing to pay. Trouble is, there's kind of lack of regulation to a degree. The trouble is, if anybody's promising you this, that, and the other, you got to kind of take it with a pinch of salt. Mac, only from 1 point. How does that work with a 5 point? Bob, we've asked that question. We've asked that question a million times, but it for me it doesn't, and it never will. Now, Mac's been trading this style of trading for, it's got to be 28 years, so he's been doing it that way. Now, I'm guessing Mac very, very rarely takes a loss. So I'm guessing he sees his 1 point as his basic salary, and whatever he makes on a runner is his bonus. But for a newer guy into the space now, I would be absolutely advising him the opposite. I think at the moment, really, 2 points is the starting point. Now, I know people like Marco and Dan go for 6 ticks. Fair enough. But they usually have a runner, so I think a runner's important if you're going for a small amount. But, I've been over the numbers a dozen times, and for me, between 6 ticks, 2 points, 2.5 points, and 3 points, 3 points is by far the most profitable. But that's my way of looking at it. Not everybody sees that, and you have to respect that. But 1 point, if let's look at this from a business point of view. If you sell tins of baked beans for £1, you buy them for 50 pence, okay? Now, let's say the price of those cost goes up by double. You can't keep selling them at the same price because you price yourself out of the market. You're not making money. If I take a long here on a 4 bar, it doesn't mean the risk bar is going to be bigger than the rest. They're all bigger. So you have to, if your risk's bigger, your profit has to be. Otherwise, you're killing yourself. You can't say, I stick to 1 point because every other bar is the same size, but your risk is bigger. It's not. If your risk bar is bigger, all the bars are bigger. So your profit has to be. Yeah. I mean, I know Dan hasn't had a losing trade since last October. So I dare say Mac gets very few either. I'll be surprised if Mac has 3 trades in 100. 3 losing trades in 100. So 1 point will work for him. And if it works for him, why fix what's not broken? He's a very good chart reader. He'll make the majority of his money off his runners. But I don't take runners. And he did come out, Mac. We all know this. He came out, excuse me, a few months ago and said, if you're only going for 1 or 2 contracts, you got to go for more points. Otherwise, the maths doesn't work. So channel down, break new low. I'm still not ready to go long here. With all this kind of space down here, which price could slip into. It's only noise. Absolutely. You have to change according to the way the market is. I think I was watching one of Dan's old trades that Mac posted. He went for 1 point and his signal bar with a tick above, tick below was 1 3/4 points. I get that makes sense, but they're double that now in most instances, so you have to put your profit up. Once he said like 47 winning streak almost. Yeah. The trouble is, if he's been doing the same thing all these years and he's got a good rate, I get why he doesn't change anything. You know, some people, they get that set in the way. It's not necessarily a bad thing if he's happy and he's making plenty of money. There's no problems. Channel down, 2 pushes up. This may come down, but it's a bit. We've got a leg down, sideways, and a leg down. My only issue is we've already had a break at a new low, so it might not do that. Trouble is, I don't really want to go long either. We did gap up today, yeah. I don't even know why, to be honest with you. Usually you've got a bit of an inkling, so it went up 18, 19 points. I'm not sure why. But looking at the daily looks like we're due for a decent pullback. It's not that easy. I usually have another chart, but I'm down monitors at the moment, so... So we are due for a pullback. So we got this big move down. That to me looks like a leg and a leg. Now, the only issue we have, we're at the EMA now, so there's always that possibility that price could come down and test this area. You know, if we've had a channel down and we have a break, often it'll pick off areas of liquidity like this, because I guarantee you there'll be buyers going long there trying to ride this up. So, you know, if we were looking at a smaller time frame and it still operates the same, I'm led to believe, that would be the perfect opportunity to now start to work its way down and clear off areas like this, because it does look like a leg and a leg. Okay, so that actually did work. Channel down, 2 attempts to push higher. The only problem I have is that's a channel. We've had a break and a new low already. So you just don't know with this. My gut instinct would be it's more likely to go down, but it wasn't strong enough for me to get into a trade. So expecting 2 legs down, which would take us into this area where we'd be looking, hopefully, to move back up again. So that worked really well, actually. If we hadn't made a new low, then I may have had a go at that. That's worked quite well. I mean, look at that. Look, there's not even 5 points there. A couple of days ago, that'd be 15 points. That would be. Let's just
Order
check. I like to have
submitted.
a little flick now and again. Just check everything's
Order cancelled.
doing what it's supposed to. Let's have a zoom out. That to me, so we've had a break there, new high. We came back, pushed up again, came back, bounced off this area, and we do seem to be working up in that area. Okay, so Dan's changed this chart. When did he do that? He's got the same as me now. Happy days. So he marked that. I don't know whether he took it. He marked that. Okay, leg and a leg. Let's see if we can find some sort of support around here. There's probably some there. You can see it there, and we've bounced off it there. So we're moving up. We've had 2 legs up, 2 legs down. Small overshoot. Yeah, I've kind of looked at that. He hasn't got it as an overshoot. He's kind of followed it up. The trouble is, when you get these overshoots, they're not kind of an exact science, are they? So if you bring that to there, yeah, you'd have to say there's a possibility. Now, an overshoot, obviously, as we know, can result in a full-out reversal. Sometimes it'll break a little bit this side and a matching bit that side and carry on, and sometimes we'll get a correction. That to me looks like a correction. But I think you've still got to be a little bit careful here. See, what Dan will do is move that to there and see if the midline fits. Now, if you look at this area here, the midline fits okay. And here as well. So I think that's how Dan assesses whether we have had an overshoot or whether maybe there's just something a bit larger. But what I will say is there may be something like that as well, in which case we've got a break and this may push up. So we'll have to see. So we know we got some support and resistance there. We can see it. So what I may do is, if I'm going to take a trade here, it's going to have to be a higher low. But you've got to pay attention to the fact that maybe there's a bigger channel. There's nothing I can do here. I don't know whether there's a bigger channel. We're going to come down to this area where it's going to push up from there. We have had a measured leg down, which is encouraging. If we come down a little bit lower, though, we're going to pick off areas of liquidity like this. And that is going to add a bit of value. So you've just got to wait, I think. I mean, there could be something like that. Yeah, it's just something about going along here that just doesn't do it for me. I don't think there is a bigger channel, but high or low. I'm just not a fan of this trading long here at the moment. See, the problem I have is if this is an overshoot, which it could be, I'd expect it to break out this side. Now, if it's not an overshoot, price is bouncing off this line, in which case I think trades like that are vulnerable and are more likely to get stopped out. I put another line there as well. If this is going to push above, I think traders tend to buy the market around where places of liquidity is, which is there. So for me, this trade, although it has pushed up a little bit, is vulnerable. I'd expect price to come down below there and probably tick below there. So I'm just avoiding it. If I've got doubts and I'm not sure, I'll just avoid them. You know, if I could get 3 trades a week that are all winners for 3 points, I'm more than happy. I'll make a ton of money on. You don't need to take a huge amount. So taking a chance on that, hoping it's going to push up, something I generally don't do anymore. I did it for such a long time, but I just wait now until something jumps in front of me and waves. You know, one of those obvious trades that we see, you can't click the button quick enough. And although you probably made something out of that, because of the price of that ATR at the moment, there's just not a lot. So you wouldn't have made a point and a half off that. Now look at this all of a sudden. So taking trades like that for a small amount, a scalp back to the EMA is all right. Expecting it to push right up, I just wouldn't do there at the moment, because we're off this bottom and because of places like that, which usually get picked off first. So I think getting into certain trades and losing them, eventually you start to learn, I don't like the look of this. I've been caught out here before. Let's just avoid it. And more often than not, I'm right, and it would have saved me money as opposed to thinking, let's have a go anyway. I mean, I go for 3 points. That one wouldn't have worked, and I'm pretty sure that this is going to get stopped out. So just having that, something doesn't feel right here kind of approach, helps me out more times than it's a burden. Now, I understand we got 2 legs back and a measured move, but if this is a channel, we're not at the bottom yet. What I like here, when we have these 2 legs back, any stops here get picked off first before they push up. So, if you'd have gone long there, usually this will clear, any kind of liquidity, and traders tend to put their orders in there where price is likely to get to and clear these areas out. Same here. If you'd have gone long there, prices moved down and picked off all these weaker positions. See, Thomas Wade's, he's got a bit of an odd channel. I don't kind of know how he's looking at that personally. Yeah, it's just a bit hard to kind of work out what's going on there. But he's been trading a long time, so I'm not going to tell him he's wrong. It just kind of doesn't work for me. So that's the same channel as Wade. Yeah, it's a bit odd because it's a bit, I'm not saying he's right, I'm not saying he's wrong, but usually a channel, you would be following the tops and following the bottoms, and the tops, if that's the channel, are just pulling away, which may result in the break, but just, it's a bit odd that for me. He had something different, I think. Or did he? Yeah, it's sometimes these charts and channels are super clear. Other times they just don't make a lot of sense. And I think that's the time to just have a bit of caution and go, if it's not making me feel comfortable. I think one of the best assets you can have is the ability to say, something doesn't feel right, let's just not take a trade. Rather than, I think I know what's happening, and let's have a go. I used to do that all the time. Have a go hero type thing, you know, and it got me into trouble. You prefer to follow the bottoms, yeah. Thing is, when you know, if we start, I mean, if we're touching the top's nice, and all of a sudden when we come off the bottom we can't get to the top, often that results in a break. So that gives you a good indication where we're going to get a break, and then you can kind of hopefully follow it up. But what I will say is in a channel, people buy at the bottom. And the normal place to sell or get out of a trade was when it gets to the top of a channel. Makes perfect sense. You know, buy at the bottom, sell at the top. But I can't seem to find anything that I'm just really comfortable with. I mean, this could be a lot more in the way of sideways. As I say, sometimes things are clear other times, and I think the trick is when it's not clear, that's the time to just maybe put your feet up and just leave it for the day. If I don't take a trade for the day, I get a really good feeling that I haven't succumbed to the pressures of trying to take a trade every day, when sometimes the market won't offer you. And sometimes it won't. Sometimes it'll chop all over the place. And I know Mac might mark half a dozen trades sometimes, but in real time, it never works that way. Tricky for sure. I just got one trade today, yeah. Yeah, I mean, sometimes these charts are really easy to read. Sometimes they just make leg after leg and it just fits beautifully. And other times you can't seem to get something that you're comfortable with. And if you haven't got your channel right, that does reduce the chance of taking a trade at the right place at the right time. I actually don't mind that. We've had this channel, whether you think this is a break and a push up, we've had a few pushes up, we've come back and bounced, and I've connected the lines, and it doesn't look bad visually. It's not the best channel I've ever seen, but it's probably the best I've got. We're certainly going up, so long trades are the order of the day at the moment, but it's getting one at an area you feel comfortable with, and you're convinced that price is doing a certain thing. You know, for a long time, I thought, I've got to figure out what's going on. I've got to try and find a trade out of somewhere, and the simple fact is you haven't. When prices going sideways and not going anywhere, it just means because people aren't really trading. It's inconsistency. There's no... And the trouble is, as kind of newer traders, you're thinking there's a second entry long or there's a failure there. And when it goes like that, a lot of the times it's just trapping traders. And it's having that, that ability to be able to go, all right, it's fine. I don't have to constantly trade, because when you're new to trading, all you want to do is pull the trigger. But trading's as much about staying out the market as taking a trade. Staying out of the market, if you don't really know what's going on, is going to prolong your life. Oh. Hoping for a fail short here. I got no idea what's going on. What I will say is there's always the chance that we end up doing something like that. It doesn't look terrible, does it? But sometimes if you can't figure something out, it's a good idea to delete it and kind of look at it from a different, kind of a different perspective. So bounce, 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 2 legs down, bounce, retest, push up. You know, we could be doing just a bit of sideways here at the moment. How long does it trade for? Normally, I'd say somewhere around about the 3 hours. Now, in the US, they move forwarder now. So normally, I usually trade about 2:30 in the afternoon and finish around about the 5:30 to 6. Now, I only work a few hours in a day. My wife works more or less full time, so I tend to do all the cooking. I'm an ex-chef anyway, so it kind of comes with the territory. So usually people are starting to knock on the door and say we're hungry around about the 5:30. So usually around about 3 hours. The US have gone forward an hour, so I'm trading from 1:30. So 1:30 to 5:30, that's 4 hours, so a little bit more than normal, but typically around about the 3 hours mark. 3.5 hours usually, something like that. I think that's enough for me personally. Sometimes I think a little less is better, but on the rare occasion I'll come back a little bit. It doesn't happen much, to be honest with you. I kind of like keeping my trading in a specific window and then just whatever will be will be. But since I've come down to one contract, usually I'll take a trade a day. I'm not quite so fearful of taking a trade when I'm down to one contract. 2, I think in all fairness, there was a lot more nerves there because obviously, you know, do a bit more damage. I trade 3.5. Yeah, I think it's sufficient, isn't it? If you can get yourself a trade in, I think that's enough. I mean, you know, this type of trading, it's hands-on, isn't it? It's quite, you know, stressful might be a strong word, but it's hands-on. It requires quite a bit of concentration, and it's definitely a little more stressful than, you know, trading maybe, you know, an intraday chart of 15 minutes or something. You know, you can nip off and make a cup of tea and decide whether to take a trade or not. We've got to make quite fast decisions here, and you're glued to the screen, so that concentration can fade. I used to find it early. It used to tire me out. It doesn't anymore. You kind of know areas, you know, as we're moving up, that you can kind of, you know, take a breath, look away. You know, as this thing's going up, we know there's going to be no trades as that thing's pushing up. So you can kind of filter areas out and then sort of reconnect when we get to areas where we may be looking for trade. I considered that, but I left it in the end. But the trouble is we'd had a break in a new high, and if this is the channel, we could come back. It may trigger you, and but who knows? So, up, down, up. Yeah, it visually looks okay. We're not connecting as many times as I'd have liked at certain areas, but we're clearly kind of working within that area. It's not black and white today, is it? There's a bit of grey area. Can't concentrate beyond 3 hours. Yeah, it does take it out of you, bud. Yeah, you're not wrong, mate. It is a bit slow, isn't it? I don't know what's changed. I mean, we gapped up, didn't we? I don't know what's happened overnight news-wise. News-wise, we had that gap up. I kind of like the speed the way the market's been. The only issue is the ATR's higher as well, and that can make the risk a little bit unpredictable. Sometimes you can get into trades without fully grasping how much you're risking. Come on then. Come on. There you go. So, I mean, I can adjust this a slight touch. Now, bearing in mind, we've got more or less a full bullish bar there. That could be more along the lines of a bullish pin bar. So I could take that up a fraction if I wanted to. Shoot. And that looks okay still. Trouble is, if I add my second chart, which I don't at the moment for lack of monitors, that red bar fits. This could be more of a bullish pin bar, in which case that would fit fine. So if you put it to there, the tops fit nice. So got no issues with that. Yeah, I'm happy with that. How can you still concentrate? I look like I'm concentrate, but I'm actually half asleep. I've got this special skill where I can keep my eyes open and my brain shuts off. Comes from being married. I can sit there and have a full conversation with my wife and be partially asleep. It's a skill. It's a skill men pick up over the years when they're married. My wife does it to me. I'm talking to her and I'll start to drift off in conversation. She'll still be going, yeah. And I'll be talking complete rubbish and she's still nodding her head. More of a superpower. The ability to switch off in a marriage is better than being able to fly, I can assure you. Sensei now, yeah, I'm a black belt in switching off when it comes to talking with your wife. No, I don't think so. She's not that sad. She's got better things to do, I think. No, I don't think she did, because when I've spoken in the past of how much money I've wasted, I never get any feedback from her, so I'm guessing she doesn't. She did sit here. I did employ her to sit with me, so to speak, when I was trying not to revenge trade, but I was revenge trading and she had no clue. Understands. Oh, well, not listening. Sponsors change. Women are smarter than they make out. I got to say, though, to be honest with you, my wife's been really supportive. During sort of our time together, I've always been on the lookout for something a bit better in life, earn a little bit more money in life. So I've kind of, and I thought my wife, when I told her I was going to do this, would be just starting to go, oh, here we go again. But no, she's been really supportive, actually. She has. We know when you're not paying attention, guys, we do. So we got a little channel with a break. Trouble is, what do you do here at the moment? It's so hard. It's a little bit of sideways. We are clearly moving up. I don't see how you can trade here. There's nothing you can really do here. We don't know whether it's going to come down a bit further, whether it's going to come down to the bottom, where it's going to bounce there. That's the trouble when it's like this, which is why I think it's probably a good idea to get the shorter term stuff in. Is that terrible? Trouble is, it's only really a channel with a break and 2 pushes to a new high. There's no real indication that that may be a channel. In which case, channel break, new low, trapping some shorts. It might not be the worst trade in the world to go long there, but my experience is channel down there. As soon as we have a break, a lot of times we'll trap traders going long, and then we'll come down for a second leg. So that to me is just a channel with a break, 1-2 pushes to a new high, and then maybe a correction or reset or whatever you want to call it. There we go, a little drop there. I mean, we can tell the market's going up. There's no argument today whatsoever that price is going up. It's just finding this area where buyers are coming in, which typically, from what I can see, is around this area. And unfortunately, it just means, really, this is kind of the area price needs to get to before we can kind of get in there. Now, obviously, with the exception of this, we got just below the midline. It never got to the bottom, but that carried on okay. Which may mean, could you take a trade here? You possibly could, but there's no reason why the market won't trigger you and then come down to this area. So it's just kind of a, I think people think when price is trending like this, it's easy going. It's sometimes you get worse trades when it's like this. I'd rather, I used to be the complete opposite. When I first learned to trade, we were, trading currency, we were trend followers. And I remember when I first came to Pats, when it was ranging, I used to hate it. It's so much easier to get a trade because the thing is, at the moment, price is bouncing off the top and the bottom, and we're looking for trades just at the bottom. Whereas if it's a range, you can take trades at the bottom, at the top, at the bottom, at the top. So, you can catch it on the way down from, a lower high or a higher low. So you've kind of got double the amount of chances to take a trade in a range than you have in a trend, because trend really, we can only look for longs, whereas a range, you've got both options. Half the battle is trying to get the direction right and the timing, isn't it? So we've got a little channel with a break and a new low. So this is an area where we may be looking to go long. Or is it here? That's the trouble. But what I will say is when we push off here, we're getting a little bit of, kind of a little bit stagnant. This, with the exception, a few bounces before it pushed up. Same here, a few bounces before it pushed up. So sometimes a couple of bounces in the right area, finding some resistance, and then obviously prices push up. Same thing here, and yeah, maybe here a bit, and there. So I'm new here. How do you figure it's a short-term channel? As tight as you have it, or wider? That's a good question, actually. It's tough, really. I mean, ordinarily, you'll treat that as a short-term trend channel with a break and new low. If it pulls back and then pulls back again, I think generally the rule of thumb is if it touches an area 3 times, you can consider it a channel. So at the moment, we're only at the bottom here. So if it bounces here and comes down, you may consider that a channel. There's no real rule, to be honest with you. It's more of an experience and a feel, because although there are a lot of us that trade the same style, often our charts are ever so slightly different. So it's more of it's something you'll kind of get to you'll kind of get a feel for, as opposed to sort of knowing, there's a lot of grey area, for want of a better word. But it's kind of feel. But what I will say is Dan, who I consider one of the better traders trading this style, generally goes for tighter. I tend to open things up a little bit more and go for wider. So I think sometimes trading Pats, you're better off with tighter channels. I mean, we can clearly see that now. We've got a tight channel, we got 2 pushes up and a new low, and then off it went up on its merry way. This one here, channel up with a break, 2 pushes to a new high. So it's not straightforward. It's just something you'll kind of get a feel for the longer you've been doing it. But I would say there's 3 bars coming down there. Use that as a micro. We've had a break and a push to a new extreme, which is exactly how generally price works. Channel, push, 2 pushes to a new high, channel break, new low. And so on and so forth. So it's not straightforward. It's something you'll just get a feel for. But try it. If it doesn't feel right, kind of put it back to to where it was, where it is, or where it was. But it's not that simple. Where you from, buddy? Anyway, it's nice to have some new people. Have I seen your name before? Have you been here before? I think you may have. Fair enough. I've been trapped many times. Take it from me, being trapped is it's a great way to learn. It doesn't feel like it, but it really is, because you learn where the traps are and you learn areas. So when you've been trapped in an area, if you took a certain trade, maybe like this, and you got trapped, when you've been trapped in that scenario a few times, you'll start to recognize this picture, and you'll get a picture inside your head. And when you look at this, you'll go, I don't like the way this feels, and you'll start to stay out of it. Now, it does take time. It doesn't happen overnight, but you know, if you've had a bad experience with a certain scenario, you'll start to see how I've just opened that up now. It doesn't look that bad. Now, would I go long off here? No, because it's kind of floating in the middle of this channel. So my gut feeling would be this is likely going to push down below, but I might be wrong. So yeah, don't worry about getting trapped, mate. You know, you learn stuff. It's a frustrating way of learning. I understand, but you'll get much better at knowing where to stay out. It'll just come naturally. My mic is distorting while you're close to the mic. Sorry, bud. I'll push it away a little bit. How's that? A bit better. That's a bit better, isn't it? Yeah. You'll get used to it. You'll just kind of get a feel for it. That's how trading works. Just experience. So I don't think that looks that bad now. We've had a break from it. Now, my gut feeling is this will come down. Very similar to this. You're welcome, mate, anytime. Incidentally, I'm on the Facebook group. You can message me, private message me anytime you like. Just for a chit-chat, questions. I don't mind anytime. You know, I'm happy to help. I enjoy chatting with people about trading. So I'm not saying that just out of politeness. I genuinely mean it. What I'm saying is my life's boring, basically. So, okay, so that's kind of what I expected. Not quite that fast. Channel break, new extreme. Something's happening now that's causing this. Now, you could call that a triple test. What's going on? I might bring that down a fraction. So channel break, push to a new extreme. Any news? Not that I'm aware of, but you never quite know what's going to come out in the news. We are finding a bit of support there, so maybe. Maybe. Anybody got financial juice up or anything? Anybody know what's going on? Oh, is it Trump? Maybe Trump. So we're finding a bit of support. If we get a higher low, that may interest me. It's kind of like a little bit of bottom in there. I don't just want to assume this. I believe he's tweeting. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Trump. Trump will be announcing tariffs on autos, aluminium, and pharmaceuticals in the very near future. Wonderful. It's definitely made our life a lot more difficult, hasn't he? So it kind of looks like it's bottom in there, so that does seem to be pushing up. See if we get a higher low here. Now that will be a second entry short if that forms. Let's see if we can get a failure.
Order submitted.
Now that is a second entry short. Do I really want to go short there? Not really. There's always a possibility that this could come down. No,
Order cancelled.
I'm not sure what's going to happen here. This could come down a bit lower. Shorts aren't really on my menu at the moment, but that doesn't mean this can't come down and stop out this. It's kind of sideways with possibly a failed breakout, in which case we may get one this side. So that second entry short did work. I didn't really want to go short there in case this thing continues, but I expect a breakout this side. So I expect price to come at around there. So break out the top of this range, break out the bottom. Trump really needs to sketch. He does. He's made our job a lot more stressful, hasn't he? So small break out the bottom there, cleared any possible liquidity. I'm still not ready to go long at the moment, not after those two legs down. So that came kind of where I expected it. So that second entry short worked. The trouble is I didn't really want to go short into this in case I got it wrong, because obviously ever since we've opened, prices moving up, so shorts really aren't something I've really been interested in. But now, depending on how you're seeing that, we've had a break of that, so I wouldn't expect that to push straight up. Make traders great again. We'd rather sort our own problems out, wouldn't we, than have him doing them for us. So let me just see. Now, depending on how you've got this, see, if this is a big channel up, which kind of looks okay, I'd expect more than a little just to drop like that and a push straight up. So I'd like to see this come down a bit lower, in which case a second entry short here wouldn't be terrible. It would have to come, it would have to look right. A leg and a leg. I'd expect a little bit of sideways or something, or even maybe a leg. Maybe something like that. Okay, so break out the top, break out the bottom, and we're back in this little range, if it is indeed a range. See, depending on how you've got this channel, there's always a possibility that we've had a break and a new high. Trouble is, it rarely does that. It just pushes up. So I'm still a bit unsure as to what I think about this. Channel down, 2 pushes up. Let's
Order
just get
submitted.
that ready there, just in case we get a second entry short here to come a bit lower.
Order cancelled.
Trouble is, to go short here, I'd have preferred a higher low trapped. There is a higher low there, but there's enough points to make that stand. So Yeah, I do wonder if we've already had a break somewhere. This doesn't look terrible. Are we losing momentum? Hmm. Slow today, very slow. Well, if it carries on like this, I might have to start upping the caffeine, I think. What's going on? Coming down from here? Are we going up? Not making much sense, is it, today? Okay, let's just see if we get some. I mean, I'm not thinking about jumping into a short here, but if we do, you could say we've had a channel with a break and a new high. It's not something I want to jump straight into, but if you think this is a bigger channel, it's certainly getting stuck in the right direction. Now, we can't just take anything here at the moment. We're going to have to see if we get kind of some sort of signals, because it just could keep going up. But, you know, if this is valid, then this is kind of the area where you'd expect it to, well, do something, for want of a better word. Taylor. Nice to see him back. He's been away for a little bit, I think. So he's got a little channel with a break here and a new low. So maybe this is... Trouble is, with such a big channel, I expect more than just that and then straight up. Usually it messes around for half a day and completely confuse anybody before it finally pushes up. It's very easy to get stuck short here. I wouldn't take a short here just yet. I'm hoping it does work down, but we got a channel there with a break and a new high. Trouble is, very easy to get short here and then get trapped. We're still here. We're still here, Karina. I mean, it's finding support or resistance in the right place, but I think it's too easy just to jump into a short here. These are the areas that usually they kind of trick you, or they kind of give you kind of false offerings, and all of a sudden then you think, here we go, let's go short here, and then all of a sudden, woof, up it goes. So this is the time really to be patient and just sit tight. Best bit of advice I can give to people is just get yourself some scotch, and then when times are hard like this, pour yourself a glass and try and numb the pain. Loyalty, yeah. So push up sideways, you know, it's very easy to jump into a short and think we're coming down. My gut feeling, it's probably going to trap some shorts here and push up a bit. Okay, so Dan. He's more or less got the same as me now. So he's got this little channel with a break to push you to a new lure retest. It's he hasn't got this channel. I wouldn't say I'm a firm believer it's right. It's just kind of all I've got at the moment. So if you're going to go short, that's the bar to do it. And if you're going to get trapped, that's the bar that's going to get trapped. So I'm sitting tight here. I've seen this picture before. In a lot of cases, it doesn't end well. So there's bound to be traders going short there. Now, it may work, but my gut feeling is something's telling me just to put your fingers in your ears and just ignore this. Now, it may work, but this to me is places where traps are. It's not super clear. It's very easy to jump in, but I'm just going to sit tight here. As we know, price moves towards liquidity. There'll be a lot more liquidity around here, I'd say, and here than there is down here. So I think for me at the moment, I think going short is a bit premature. I don't really want to go long either. It's just a little bit there's some uncertainty. I mean, you could argue there's still a bit of a range in play, in which case you could take that a bit lower, actually. Maybe not. I don't know. It could push up, testing this with a push to the upside. If you drag the support to the right, any shorts will be taking right into support. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's what I've just done, isn't it? Great minds think alike there, but it's kind of pushing up and bouncing. I'm not ready to go long here. I'm not ready to go short. I mean, it could have pushed up, bounce off this and work up a bit. It's just not super clear. Shorts would be easy. This channel to break it. Yeah. I love that name. I'm just a potato. Some people have the best names, don't they? Completely random, but completely works. Shorts here seems a bit trappy for shorts. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so we know Dan's a good trader, and there you go. I don't know. Hard to know what's right or not. So it's not super clear here, really. Potential fail, second entry short, tempting to me. Well, he's on about short. For me, it's just something seems a bit too good to be true here to go short. This seems a bit trappy. We've got a push up there and a little bit of sideways. My gut feeling is we're going to push up. There's going to be liquidity above here because there's bound to be shorts here. But there's something about this that is stopping me trading. Now, it may come down, but my gut feeling is telling me it's going to push up and stop out any possible short traders that are in here. Now, I could be completely wrong. But I just, what I found up as your experience slowly grows, listen to that voice inside that tells you something doesn't feel right here, or I shouldn't be doing this. You listen to that voice and you won't go far wrong. But, sometimes it just goes up anyway or comes down anyway. There's going to be a lot of traders having channels like that, but because the bigger move up, shorts are a lot more dangerous to get into shorts, and a lot of shorts, will get stopped out. So what's the main thing? Got to be consistent, start making money. The simple answer is time and experience. One of the biggest, well, let's talk about a few of the biggest problems you're going to come across learning to trade is the psychological side. You've probably heard it 1,000 times. But having control of those emotions is almost impossible in the beginning. But after time, as that skill level starts to grow, the emotions start to get less and less, and you'll just do stupid things less and less. And then you'll kind of hit that tipping point. But what definitely helped me, I still expect I'd have got there, but what probably helped speed the process up is having Guardian Angel Trader. That kind of forces you to make better decisions because it takes, certain elements of your day away from you. It won't allow you to do certain things. So the best thing to do is just to keep trading and keep trading. It's like any job, any skill. Sooner or later, you'll get better at it. And when you get better at it, you'll stay out of trades. Your accounts will start to grow and you'll get that real self-belief then. Now I'm in a better place. Right time and experience. It really is the only answer, isn't it? If you were a carpenter, you're going to make mistakes after mistakes after mistakes. Now, the difference is with a job like that, you're probably still going to get paid, whereas a trader, it's a very expensive way to learn a skill. But like any skill, the more you've been doing it, the better you'll naturally get at it, and you'll make mistakes and you'll improve, and you'll make mistakes and you'll improve, and you'll get to the stage where you'll hit that kind of tipping point, and your mistakes will get less, you'll get better at reading the markets, the emotions won't have such an impact on you, and things start to change. The simple answer is you need to do this for long enough for you to get better at it and for the emotions to slowly go away. There's no other answer apart from that. But one thing I've got to stress enough is be careful how much you spend at this. You can throw away so much money. A lot of these prop firms are offering you discounts so cheap, and it's very easy to get sucked into buying one after another. I've done it myself. And you can spend so much money. It's small. Keep the price down and just learn. The time to put money into this isn't when you're starting. When you start to know what's going on, that's the time to start to increase your financial input. But when you do start to, put a little bit of a little bit of money into it, whether it's the case of, I always say put it through a prop firm. Don't put your own money in there. Just get a prop firm evaluation and just only ever get one. It doesn't make sense getting any more until you're making money, because all you're going to do is just throw multiple amounts of money away. So this is coming down. So maybe there is a break here with a push and Umo. Maybe this is starting to work down. It's not coming down at any rate of knots for me, which is telling me it's likely to still break these highs. So, the bigger the channel up, when we do get a break, the more of a kind of a scenic route it takes before it eventually pushes up. Small channel like that, small break, new high. Big channel, big break, new high. Yeah, short YM already out. I agree with you about the prior highs. Yeah, it's not the easiest day to read today. That channel to me doesn't look terrible, but it could quite easily be wrong. Wise words. Financially, I'm in touch. Yeah, I've had days where I've felt depressed because I've thrown so much money at it, and you can't help yourself. Some days I've sat here and I've got an evaluation, I've blown it, and I've got an evaluation, I've blown it, and I've done that 10 times in the space of an hour. You sort of question yourself, am I getting addicted to this? Am I gambling? There's all sorts of stuff goes through your head, and you don't seem to have much control. So, I kind of understand how gamblers feel or addicts feel, where they feel stuck in a scenario they don't want to be in, but they have little control over it. And trading has a very, very similar effect that gambling does. When things go well, you feel on top of the world. When things go against you, you feel down in the dumps. It's very hard to differentiate the difference between trading and gambling. I've heard both sides of the story. Some people say it is gambling, but it's gambling with an edge. And I've heard people say it's not gambling. So, I dare say the feelings you get and those emotions where you're throwing money at it, they've got to be very similar to, how gamblers feel. And strangely enough, I've never been a gambler. It's never really interested me, but I have had times where I've had to ask myself the question. I'm finding it very hard to stop. I'm finding it very hard to just not get one evaluation after another. It's not a nice feeling. See, I'm lucky in a sense because I've had a little bit of evaluation, a little bit of affiliate money, which is close to covered my trading costs. But without that, I can understand why people get up to their neck in debt learning to do this. You know, whether it be using their savings or credit cards. You know, I can only imagine the state some people have got in learning to trade. How long did it take you to get to a point where you were taking out monthly payments? I've taken out not so much monthly payments. I probably took maybe, I don't know, 7 or 8 months of last year. Because you'll get to the stage where you'll make a little bit of money and then you'll relax and you'll take the finger off, you know, the foot off the gas. And then something will go wrong and you'll get frustrated and you'll blow the account. The best thing Apex did for traders is to only allow you to take $500 out when you win $2,600, because they used to allow you to take $2,000. That left you with $600. That was a surefire way to blow in that account. I'll tell you that now. So they've helped traders by doing that. Now, whether they've done it for our benefit or for their benefit, that's another matter. But you'll blow less accounts doing it this way, and it does force you to keep so much money in your accounts. But you'll get to the stage where, for me, you'll get that fed up of just pissing around and making stupid decisions. Your mind will just start to change, and you'll do it less and less. It's not a quick fix. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's a slow process. But I'll tell you something now, Guardian Angel Trader, that bit of software which connects to Ninja Trader, that you can set certain parameters to not allow you to do things, will help speed up the process, and it'll save you money as well. Where I was disciplined, not taking stupid trades, and for some reason, yeah. Just keep that in mind, Dan, that that's all part of the journey. It's part of that very slow. It's exactly the same as going to the gym and building muscle. You can't do it overnight. It takes a fair few years. Tiny little bits of exercises again and again slowly start to build that. Structure. Is that the same? But any job where you can earn this sort of money is never going to be easy. Hello, you. It's never going to be easy. You know, you'll earn more money than most doctors will. You'll earn more money than teachers will, or any other professionals. I think the Prime Minister of UK only earns about $240,000 a year. The potential is to earn a lot more than that. But when I first started to learn to trade, I traded currency with a guy called Andrew Lockwood. A lovely guy, lives in London. Very humble guy. He worked in the London Stock Exchange during the 80s as a pit trader. Worked in various places around the world, and early 2000s started trading his own money. And he said to me, focus on the trading, get that right, and the money will just follow you. I guarantee it. And funny enough, Marco messaged me a couple of days ago, and I'm going to show you this, and I'm going to read it to you, because this... it's brilliant. I'm going to type this out myself. So Marco, as most of you know, sent me this. Where is it? He's a drunkard like me. That's Marco. They won't mind me showing you. I like that little bit of... Let me just make that a bit bigger. This he's got there. Let me see if I can read it. It's not the biggest. So this is from Mark Douglas. Most of you know Mark Douglas, Trading the Zone and so on and so forth, suddenly along with us. For those who have learned how to be consistent, or to have broken through what I call the threshold of consistency, the money is not only within their grasp, but they can virtually take it at will. I'm sure that some will find this statement shocking or difficult to believe, but it's true. So when you can do it, you can do it. The money will just, the money is a byproduct. So when you've got enough skills, you'll win way more trades. You'll naturally make money. That is a byproduct of being able to trade. And it's a perfect example of looking at my accounts the last 3 months. They've slowly grown. Slower than I kind of would have wanted them to, but I've allowed that to happen slowly. When I tried to speed things up or go for more accounts or take bigger risks, it didn't work. But even growing at a small rate can make you a significant amount of money. You just don't think it will. We've all heard that comment, trading is not a get-rich-quick scheme, and it isn't. But it can get you rich. It can make you considerable amounts of money. It depends what you want out of it, whether you want to, when you get good at it, keep pushing the boundaries and keep expanding financially. We all know Mac still trades 20 contracts, even though he's been trading for the 20-odd years. But that's what suits him. But, the potential. So once you can trade, once you can get to that stage where those emotions become no longer an issue, it's just like sitting here and waiting to pick money up. We've all been told that many times, but until it kind of happens to you and things start to work before your very eyes, it's kind of very hard to, get that through your head. I'm just going to remove this a minute. Let's put it back. So we've had a break. This is looking like it's going to push down. I'm not going to take a trade there. There is a failure there, which has triggered this long. But the trouble is there is support along there, which we've kind of got close to. So it's a little bit stacked up here. Yeah, it does take time, Dan, but I'll tell you something now, mate. The amounts of money you can earn there, you wouldn't think nothing of going to university. My cousin, who's a teacher, he went to university. I think he did a 4-year course. So he went to college, did his A-levels, and I think he did 3 or 4 years at university. Now, if you do a university degree, it did work. It did a university degree in the UK. It'll cost you at least £10,000 per year. So 4 years, that's 40,000. That doesn't include books, different other bits of study material you may need, and so on and so forth. You'll never earn money as a trader that you will a teacher. Teachers, I think they're on about 35 grand a year, maybe a touch more. So any job where you can earn this much money isn't going to be easy. But all you're really doing by investing money and learning this is purchasing yourself an education, just the same as you would if you went to university. So, but it looks easy to sit in front of a chart, draw a channel and pull the trigger is a piece of cake. But to make money, consistency is completely different. There's these markets are very, very good at picking off weak positional, trades, which generally newer traders tend to get into. But after a while, you start to get used to how how price works, and you'll know the areas to stay out of, and you'll know the areas to get into. And once that happens, you're at that turning point where you'll start to make money. It does take time. I've been trading from a complete beginner, just shy of 4.5 years. 4.5 years, kind of May time. And I've been trading. The first 6 months, I knew sod all really. But I'd say the last kind of 4 years is what I consider. That's how long it's taken me to start earning consistent money. I trade an average of 3 hours a day. I should hit $10,000 this month, and that's only on 9 accounts. My other 11 haven't even paid yet. So, the potential for earning fantastic money, and that doesn't include, add in extra prop firms, extra accounts. Doesn't include funneling some of this money into my own account and trading that at the same time. So the potential when you can get there to just slowly grow into a fantastic living, moving wherever you want in the world. You're never going to get sacked. You're never going to get made redundant. You can take off whatever day. How many jobs can you say, get up this morning and say, I'm taking a month off. I'm going to travel the world. You can't do that anywhere and then return back next month as if the job was never gone. There's so many benefits to trading. You've got no overheads, no vehicles, no insurances, no premises, no tools, nothing. It's about the most perfect business that you can do, really. I mean, how many other businesses do you not constantly paying for stuff, vehicles and MOTs and insurances and services on vehicles, and it's just a never ending, buying. A lot of these companies have purchasing managers and people that just buy stuff. There's nothing to buy in trading, really. Once you've got your computer, obviously you're paying for accounts and evaluations while you're learning. But now I've got these accounts, I could never pay another penny, really. It's hard to know what's going on here at the moment. I'm done for today. Have a great day. Yeah, you too, buddy. Yeah, the best way to say to you is just don't force it. Let it happen organically, and it absolutely will. Before your very eyes. It just takes time. See, this generally, as a reversal, isn't moving down strongly enough and fast enough for me to think this is reversing now. This, for me, is just some kind of a correction from this strong move up. At some point, you've got to correct. We kind of did there to a degree. But this, is another channel. So it's just not super clear. I mean, it could come straight down, who knows? But just based on what I can see in this drop out, I still, at the moment, expect it to push up and test these highs. It's just finding a way up. Might end up being a dry day today. I was kind of tempted by this. Trouble is, we're almost at these lows, so it doesn't leave you much room. Okay, push up to here and a nice big bearish bar, only fortunately a first entry, so nothing we can do. If this is a channel, we've come from the bottom. We've only got just past the midline, which could possibly give us a break of this channel. So another reason not to go short. I mean, it may work, but I'm just sitting tight here. Beautiful 2 down, 2 up channel. So that bearish bar's triggered. Now look what's happening. So Trump's speaking. Have we got an hour yet? Fail second entry long. No, not. The trouble is, first entry, second entry. It's kind of a recount from there. It's for me. It's not so much trapping anybody there. It just doesn't strike me as a place to buy, really. And ideally, it's a big thing if you can trap traders. But no, nothing really. Not only that, is because if this is a channel, and I think it looks okay, we've come down to the bottom 3 times. Now we've only got to the midline, and once it starts to lack the legs to push it down, often that's what results in a break. So if I'm following a channel and it doesn't get right down to the bottoms, I'll generally avoid the next trade, because a lot of time it will trigger you and push up. Once we, sort of lack that those legs to push down, often it does, end in a break. Yeah, I mean, it's. Just trying to think of an example here. Yeah, see, I mean, if you look at this channel, we're at the top. Close to the top, we're at the top. Look what happens there. We're struggling to get anywhere near there. What happens? We get a break. So whenever we struggle to keep that momentum flowing right to the top of the channel, right to the bottom, right to the top, or as close as, often, it's losing momentum. So usually it results in a break, which is exactly what we had. So, it's not kind of an exact science, is it? It's you know what I mean? It's kind of like a work in progress. So, we're down the bottom there 3 times. Let's say we started from there. Now we're holding around this midline. Now there's always a possibility it could start working this top tier, but I always like to give it the benefit of the doubt and not get involved in a short too early, just in case, because I'd expect it to push up above there. Now you'd have probably got some points out of that anyway, so it wasn't. Yeah, it's not the. It worked okay down below these, but my gut feeling is now we're going to have a break. From a positional trade, not fantastic, and often it'll pick off these areas of liquidity, but then before it moves on its merry way. So it's just experience, knowing when something doesn't feel right, and just to kind of stay out of it. One of the important things to remember as well is you don't need to take a lot of trades. What I found is when I took less trades, my win rate climbed up. I'd take 6 or 7 trades going back a year or two, and I'd lose half of them, maybe more. You just end up nowhere. You end up losing money and having a lot more stressful day. If you wait to obvious, and yeah, you may sit here for a day and not take a trade. But if you wait for those good quality setups that you're confident and you believe in, you're going to get a much better, you get a much better win rate. And I know win rate really isn't necessarily a good indication of a good trader, because, you might have a low win rate, but you might risk 1 to go for 5. But wait to those trades where you think, I love this. The trades I love taking are the ones where I look and I can't click my button quick enough, because I believe them. And to be honest with you, they rarely fail. The last one I've seen that was that good was that triple test yesterday. I thought that was an absolute perler. You're going to have traders buying here. So we got this channel down, 1, 2, triple test, and look how that worked. You can tell traders start selling there, because look at that. So they see that area. We've tried 3 times, or we've got a channel with a break, 2 attempts to push up. You could call that a failure. You're going to have longs trapped there and pushing up from there. And look at that drop. First move was over 20 points. So it's finding those areas and kind of getting in at the right time. So I think we're going to have a break of this channel now. You know, or some may argue there's a triple test, but it's not the most obvious one. And also keeping in mind as well, prices coming down at the moment. If you can see long trades that trigger and look like they're coming down, as you hit their stops, that gives it momentum as well. So I always like to think, am I trapping any, you know, trades that, you know, traders may have gone long here? Yeah, mate, if I get one trade a day, I'm more than happy. Once you start getting multiple prop accounts, that's when things, if I took one trade, one contract for 3 points over 20 accounts, it's $3,000. It's a significant amount of money. You do that 3 times a week, there's $9,000 going into your prop account. That don't half mount up. So I didn't think that was a great trade. You're going to have stops there, and you're going to have stops there as well. So I think there's a short failure here. I think this is going to have a break. Now, I wouldn't want to take a long here because price is coming down, but I think price will push up above there and above there. But because we're working down at the moment, it kind of would be counter trend trading. Although I think in the short time, we're going to probably push up above this and above this, pick off these areas of liquidity. I think it's likely to go up in the short term, but it is more risky. It's just spotting where, you know, relatively weak positional trades have been taken. That's one of them, I think. Although it did work for a bit, and that's another weak one as well. It's a little bit sideways there, so I expect price to pick off these areas of liquidity there. It may hold, but I'm guessing it'll take that out as well. But that will be the first area. So once you go over it, yeah, it does take time to, you know, so that's gone straight away. Let's see what happens here. You could argue there may be a triple test here. But I think it's important to get these areas picked off. So I expected a break there, and we've got a break. So once you start understanding how price works, you'll have a better indication of where to get in. So it's taking out that stop and taking out that stop. So there's this resistance here, isn't there? So this will be a natural place where you would expect people taking profits if they're, you know, pushing this up. There's always a possibility there's a slightly different channel. And if that was right, we may get some, you know, some rejection off here, but I'm not super... I had one new account which took me up to 20. I took a stupid risk on it last night. I knew I was taking a risk and it backfired on me, so I'm not bothered. It's one account. Sometimes I have that sort of stupid risk on a new account just to give it a bit of a boost, and it doesn't always work. So there's support along here, as we can see. So is that gonna hold? Now this big move up, there's still a possibility that we could have had a couple of legs back and it could still push up and test these highs. Ultimately, I think it will. That's been a guru, and that's been an idiot. That's been an idiot. See, I mean, there's always a possibility that we've had that, which actually doesn't look too bad. We've already had a break and a new low, so this now may be slowly working its way up to the tops. In fact, I would actually agree that that probably would look a little better. I wouldn't buy into this, though, just to push that there. I can't see that pushing up. I'd like to see a break or push up a break and then eventually up. I actually don't think that higher low was a bad trade. Actually, now I've got this different because I had that down. I did say that that is likely to push up and take out that stop and that stop, which it did. I just had that as one complete channel down. Now I believe it's a break. And this to me looks kind of like a bit of a reversal pattern. So I think that wasn't a bad trade. It is a short failure as well. There's going to be traps there and there. So that's the trouble is, as you kind of change and develop, sometimes things become a bit clearer. Now, Mac may mark that, but at the time, you may have had your channel slightly different. So it's very easy at the end of the day to go, there's a trade, there's a trade, there's a trade, there's a trade. But in real time, you may not have had your chart like that. And I clearly didn't. So, you know, sometimes you get days like this where things aren't super clear, but that's the time where you've got to be super patient and just stay out of it. Never any issues. You know, if I don't take a trade in a day, I give myself a pat on the back. If I can sit here for 4.5 hours and not take a trade, that means my discipline's up to scratch. And that's one of, you know, the most important things in trading, really. It's the thing I probably struggled with the most in the earlier days. I still think this will push up a little bit, but I'd like a second entry long because there's going to be liquidity around this area. For me, this is going to try and push up and test these highs. So I'm just looking about where these areas of liquidity are likely to be sitting to make that journey a little bit smoother. You've got to actually set it for the specific chart. And then all I do is I trade this chart just as my one account there, and the rest are just copied. So if I bring this in, that's it there at strategies. So I have it set. So if I click that button, it'll disappear. And then if I right click edit, I can then go in and specify the main account that I'm trading, which is 117 at the moment, which you can see is there. So I just enable it and then disable it. But I've got it set to 117 at the moment, which you can see is there. And then you just trade it as one chart. All that does is just enables you to drop
order submitted.
You know, either a limit or whatever account.
Order
it just
submitted.
enables you to drop it in quick.
Order cancelled.
Just like right clicking does, and you know, finding it there. But that's long winded. It does take valuable time, and sometimes you've got to move quite quick. So, and I like, you know, the close button there. So you got everything where you need, and with a nice backup of close. So it's super useful. It is a bit long-winded right-clicking because sometimes you'll click once and you'll have to click a second time, and that can take valuable seconds, and you could potentially add in a tick or two risk to get into a trade. But I download it, have a go of it. He has got a little video on how to set it up. It doesn't look too bad. It's pretty straightforward. But it's a useful tool. He's quite a clever guy, Yanis. He's obviously done this news, which I think is vital. It's very easy to forget the news and end up getting stuck into a spot of bother. He's got a bunch of drawing tools coming out as well, along with the trading journal as well. He's got using Replicanto, correct? Yeah. Where's my Replicanto? There it is there. So I just have that next to me at the moment down there. There's my main account. So all this does is just copies these on whatever that one account's doing. So this really is kind of irrelevant to the trade copy. All this does, it enables me just literally to drop orders in quickly, and you can see them all appearing there, ready to go.
Order cancelled.
Just makes the job, saves valuable seconds, which can be the difference between, you know, missing a trade and maybe getting into a trade a tick or two late. He's a very clever guy. He was a commercial pilot, so you'd expect a guy, you know, flying a big machine like that to have some skills, wouldn't you? got to say, in this business, you meet some really interesting people. That's what I love. I mean, technology still blows my mind, the way you can be chatting with someone in real time to someone on the other side of the world. It's great, really. So I got two schools of thought at the moment. I wouldn't get into a trade here. It's too congested. I got into a trade very similar to this a couple of weeks ago and got stuck. It's too close together. You may say two legs down, but what it really is stuck. Now, there's still a possibility this could be a bigger channel, in which case it could find its way down. I don't think it is, but I'm still aware that it may be. So if I'm going to go long here, I want a proper correction, something like that, something clear and not stuck in one place. I took a long two or 3 weeks ago and it triggered me and stopped me out, and then I had two legs down and away we went. So I prefer somewhere along those lines. So there is that possibility that this could come down. The midline seems to fit better using the larger channel. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I think you have to definitely pay attention to that, because if you're wrong, yeah, see, the difference is you'd be looking for a long trade if you think that's had a break, and you'd be looking for a short trade if you didn't. I mean, the two are worlds apart. I've had a look around at other people's charts and I'm getting a wide variety of stuff. So it's really hard to tell. See, what I will say is if there's traders short in this because of this, that might not be a bad second entry long. But if it is in that channel, it could trigger and come down. If we've had a break, it may be a great trade to go long. Either way, I'm not sure, so there's nothing I can do with that really. If you know, I'm looking at different charts, and some the best seems to focus on the past EMA. Yeah. Ordinarily, it wouldn't be the worst trade in the world to go long there, you know, if we've already had a break from this. But if we're still in a channel, then maybe the complete opposite. So I'm not sure, so I'm just sitting tight here. I suppose the other option is the higher low might be a better option if you think it is going up. If you go from the two top bars there, that works better, doesn't it? So there may even be a failed second entry long there. So if that triggers and then starts to work down, we may trap some longs here. Or we could get trapped ourselves. See, it would have been nice if that would have been a bull bar, because at least then if we can push down below there, trap that bull bar, I'd guess. See, what I will say, there's going to be liquidity there. So this thing may come down, so there could be a bigger channel there. It's hard to say, really. If we've had a break from this upper channel, it could come down. But in all honesty, I'm not sure. So if you're not sure, the only answer is just to do nothing, really. I've had a look at multiple channels here and I can't see anything that's helping me out. See, these are times as a newer trader you get suckered into jumping into a trade. That's why I prefer my other chart. I can only have one chart at the moment because this other blooming screen hasn't come. My other chart may show something slightly different here. Channel with a break. One attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher. It's unclear, really. This thing could come down or it could go up. For me, it's struggling to go up, so my guess is it's more than likely going to come down. Or I could be wrong. there may be some support there. Tempting that. Trouble is, it doesn't look like we've trapped any sort of significant longs. So if we are going to go short here, we're going to have to wait for that to push below the EMA and then maybe get a lower high, because it could trigger and push up. My gut feeling is it's more likely to come down. But a second entry short or a lower high here, really. There's going to be liquidity there and possibly here as well. Excuse me a sec. My wife's having a moan because this is my glass and this is her glass. I think that's fair. I can't see a problem. Okay, so let's have a look. Looks good to me. There you go. See? No problem. So, 2 legs down. Are we pushing up? My guess is we're probably coming down, but it's a bit unclear, really. I won't be long, right? I think we are coming down. Yeah, I think so as well. And hopefully we may trap a few longs here and give us a lower high. There's going to be liquidity down here. Trouble is, we're going to have a bit of a pullback. We can't just get in here, unfortunately. So what I will do is just get that ready.
Order submitted.
Just close the gap from the 7th of March, have we? We got a big one from this morning, haven't we? God knows when that one will be cleared. I was tempted there, but it's still a little bit unclear. So Well, we're at the top of the channel. There you go. It may just come down. See, there'll be liquidity down there, I dare say, because there'll have been buyers trying to ride this up. Unfortunately, if we can get a second entry long to trigger, we may get a failure. But sometimes when it's clear it's pushing down, we just don't, and price just comes down. Okay, one more little one. Someone else has gone short there.
Order cancelled.
Got to get a pullback. Let me just put that back there because that's where I'd have got in if I would have done.
Order submitted. Order cancelled. Order submitted. Order cancelled.
I consider getting in there on a kind of a limit order from this one here. So I'd have to get down to there. Probably going to work. Unfortunately, there's just no order there. I considered getting in here on a limit order because we haven't made the full. If I was going for 3 points, yeah, it would have worked. If I was going for 3 points. We hadn't got it yet, so catch it on a limit order, but I decided to wait just in case. But, I mean, that's pretty significant there, isn't it? There's going to be liquidity there, as we know. Let's just smash straight through it. So it's a shame, really, but I ummed and ahed about that. It's a tiny bit congested, and there's always a possibility it could trigger it and push up. But we have made 3 attempts and clearly struggled. So, but that's okay. It happens sometimes. Better to be safe than sorry. It never bothers me missing a trade. It used to infuriate me. It doesn't bother me in the slightest now. If something's not right, best off just leave it. And if you have that attitude to it, you'll last a lot longer, I think. If there's any doubts, just don't take it. Yeah, it's not brilliant, mate. See, people think when you get trends like this, life's easy, but it could have been further from the truth. It's a lot more tricky to trade it when it's doing this. I much prefer just sideways action all day. At least there's ways in. You can. The trouble is, there's no setup there really. We just push up, it's semi-bullish, and then it just drops. The trouble is, because of this big move up and a break, there's always that possibility this is going to go up and make a new high, which it often does. And it's just a bit uncertain. I had two schools of thought. I thought that was probably the better one, in which case we'd have a break, but we could. It also looks like a bit of a bull flag, so there's a possibility we could push up again. And then I had that school of thought that we've already had a break and a new low, and this is going to push up. So sometimes if it's just unclear, the only option is just to leave it alone. You know, sometimes things aren't clear. You've really got to wait for that trade that just jumps out. The best ones, I say, are the ones that literally there's no mistaking. You can't click the button quick enough. Those are the types of trades, you know, when you get a bit more experience, you'll identify areas where there may be failures and there may be traps. That was one of them. The thing is, I'm bewildered why anyone would really want to buy from here. So for me, my gut was telling me it's more likely to go down. But when this all of a sudden pushes up, you're thinking, is it pushing it back? You know, there's so many different variables. And when that came back to there, around about here somewhere, I was tempted to jump in short and put my stop there. In other words, get in, you know, like I'd taken that trade. But I just, you know, we kind of had, it was almost like a second entry long, so you just don't know. It's a bit unclear today. And as you say, it's one of those days, shit price action. And it's very easy just to have that little bit of weakness in discipline and take what you think's going to happen rather than what you think's going to happen and a good signal bar indicating that same thing. And I've done it before. You know, trading's like walking a tightrope. There's a very fine line between being successful at it and completely falling off. And the simple thing is, if you're not sure, you're best off just staying out of it. It's just one of those things, you know, sometimes the price does the way it does. Now, I usually have a second chart, which I haven't got at the moment because these morons Amazon never delivered my other chart. And in some cases, I may get a better signal bar there, in which case I would have gone. My issue is not committing. Loses my nemesis. Yeah, I'm still not a fan of losers, bud. I don't think anybody really likes taking losers. You know, some people handle them better than the other. You know, if I took a trade that I believe to be a good setup and it lost, they don't bother me so much. It's where I think I was probably being a bit cheeky and perhaps I should have left it sometimes. You know, we all have that slight weakness in discipline sometimes. You know, you think there's something and is there really? So, you know, experience losing trades for me slowly teaches you. You know, the best thing to do is if you're not sure is just leave it. And that way, you know, you tend to do a better job. But you have to take losers. Let losers turn into huge losses there too. Yeah, I mean, as a patch trader, my signal bar goes up there, my order goes here, and that's it. It kind of stays where it is unless price goes sideways and you think it may be worth getting out. But you know, you can have a really good win rate in here. I know Dan on the Discord hasn't lost a trade since October. He's a very good chart reader and price action. I tell you now, the accuracy when you know what you're doing is incredibly high. You know, you can have 95, 98% win rates without any great difficulty when you get good at trading and you get good at reading the charts. Trouble is, at the moment, with the way things are, there's so many variables, but as you spend more and more time sat in front of these charts, you just get better and better. I still have impacts as well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, losers are a part of it, they are, but, you know, if you've got a strategy where losers, you can really get few and far between. Ideally, you want to strive for as close to perfection or as close to, you know, trading in the zone, if you like, as you can. And, you know, the longer you've been doing it, generally the better decisions you make. You get out of this slightly impulsive type scenario sometimes that you can, you know, you can get into. I mean, there could be some kind of something like that. Oh, no, maybe not. I mean, you know, this move up, this could still push up. I wouldn't be shocked in the slightest if it does. If this is a channel, that is clearly an overshoot, but does it really matter? It's a nice channel by itself. So we've had a channel break out of this. There's a possible higher low there. Stopping out these bars, I don't doubt. Channel break, new low, back to the EMA. Not only that, you could say we've got a channel like that, a break, 2 pushes to a new low. So there's almost a measured leg there. Well, there is a measured leg. You could maybe say that. In which case it could go up. There's so many variables because it's not the easiest to read today. Some days it's simple and really super clear. Other days it just doesn't make head nor tail of it. Wander away from a payout. Refused to take a loss last night, down 500 and counting. Yeah, I can't tell you how many I was like $30 away and I decided to take a stupid trade just to try and get $30 to get to a payment level and I ended up blowing the account. I've done that more times than I can count. I just don't rush it now. If I'm, you know, $1 away from, if it means I've got to wait another day or two to get it right, it's just not worth it in the end. You do learn in the end. It's just not worth messing around because all messing around does is makes you lose. You know, you just have to sit and wait for a trade. It sounds simple, and it is to a degree. You sit here, wait for a setup, take it, whether it wins or lose, move on. But it doesn't always work that way when you're quite new, because as soon as you lose, you're frustrated and you're itching to get back in. I can't tell you how many times I took a short, triggered me and stopped me out and thought I'd been caught going short. So I jumped straight into a long. It triggered me, came straight. I can't tell you how many times that happened. So I lost 2 trades within 30 seconds. That's part of the beauty of having Guardian Angel Trader, because you can put a timeout in there. So you can, after a loss, you can set, I can't trade for 10 minutes or 30 minutes, just to give you that little bit of breathing space between, you know, between taking a losing trade and then taking another trade. But it will come in time. You'll get to the stage where you'll just take a trade, and whether it wins or loses, they don't feel nice. But it's kind of the way it's, you know, it's kind of the way it is. But you know, what I will say is if you win a trade, the next trade you win, you kind of then forget all about the bad stuff. Trouble is, we got this channel down with 2 pushes. There could be a second entry short here. Trouble is, we had what looked like an okay channel to me. So if that is an overshoot, we could push up. So there's, you know, there's so many reasons not to get into a trade here. But if you think we've had a break in a new low, sometimes it'll do that and then come down some more. Or you could think maybe if there's something a bit wider there. It's hard to say. Probably not. You know, the setup is a second entry short. The context is we've had a channel with an overshoot. After an overshoot, usually we get a correction or an outright reversal or whatever. And after something like that, if there is a bigger channel here, this is the area where it may decide to start moving up. This could be the low point before it starts to move up. And it's very easy to jump into a short here. It triggers you and then starts to work up. It's so easy. That's too far from the EMA and it's a bit congested. So there's so many reasons not to take a short there. It is a little bit congested. 1, 2, 3. 3 bars in this little bit of sideways area here. So there's bound to be stops there. You can bet it. So you just got to sit and just let it go, unfortunately. Did you learn from Mac price action? Yeah, that's how I started. And then I went onto the Facebook group. Why is my mic spiking really loud, or is it? Maybe not. Then I went onto the Facebook group and I started posting my chart every day and just asking for feedback. And then it's just a slow process of learning and learning. So there is a failed second entry short there. Trouble is, we could have 2 pushes to a new low. Payout 9 times since November and got denied 4 times. Yeah, don't worry about getting denied. If you get denied, it just means you broke the rules. Trade for another 8 days and you're golden. You'll get paid. I've had the odd denial, not so much lately. I think I've probably had about 3 since the beginning of the year. It's not a problem. The beauty about that is it enables you to grow that account that little bit more. So don't worry about it. Beauty is if you take a stupid risk and you end up nearly blowing your account but getting back in the green, you've got lucky. But they'll let you keep that. You know, they won't. They'll turn a blind eye to that. Just trade another 8 days and you're fine. So even if you revenge trade a bit and get lucky, as long as you trade another 8 days after a denial, you're fine. Just glad to keep getting to pair. Yeah. It'll get more and more. It will. I've got another $500 which I can apply for at the end of the day. And I think another 3 days. I've had 5 profitable days on 2 more accounts. I've just got to have 3 more trading days. So at the end of today, I'll just do a one tick micro because I've done my 5 over $50 days and I've just got to count for 3 more days. So I'll do a 1 tick micro on those 2 accounts before I finish tonight. I thought it was trading evals. Yeah, I've done that. I've thought I've traded an eval and traded 10 contracts on an account which was $100 away and ended up losing $800 before I had the nerve to cancel the trade. I waited and waited. It was very close to the end of the day. I just wanted to get that extra $100 to get to payout. And I ended up being $800 down, and that would have led, I'm pretty sure, to a blown account. So channel break, new low, channel break, new low, channel, quite likely a break, new high. We are struggling to get up. Okay, I think I'm done for today, folks. No trades today. It's been a while since I haven't taken a single trade in a day. But it's not the easiest of days, to be honest with you. So it does happen. See, it's been volatile lately, and there's been trades around. The only issue is the ATR's been high, so the risks have been higher. Now the ATR's lower and back kind of in line where we like it. Less volume and less volatility and less trades. Unfortunately, it kind of is the way it is at the moment, but I don't know why it's just dropped off all of a sudden. It just seems we've had such a lot of downward stuff. If you look on the daily, since Trump came into office, you can actually see the very part that he came into office there. Look at that. Down, loads of volatility, big risk, but there's been trades. Now all of a sudden we seem to be moving up a little bit. Things have slowed down, but we've had that channel down, a couple of attempts to push higher. We could come down and pick off areas like this and retest this bottom bit. Who knows whether we will, or whether we'll just slice up straight for that EMA, but there kind of looks like two legs to me, so it's hard to say. So there you go. So I am done for the day. I got no issues with not taking a trade. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. I've done my job, is to stay patient and wait for a setup. As far as I'm concerned, I haven't seen anything that's really floated me boat today. Lost 1,500 in 20 seconds. Yeah, I had 5 accounts with $2,000 in each and blew all 5 of them in one go, $10,000. That's the second time I had tears in my eyes, and I genuinely mean that as well. Broke my heart, that did. I found that hard to take. I had to take a couple of days off. I struggle with that one, I've got to say. That's happened twice. But, you know, it teaches you lessons. You do toughen up. And you do learn not to. So, there's nothing you can do. It's just chopping up and down. Could go up, could come down. No idea. But there you go. So, I'm going to leave it there, folks. So, if you're carrying on trading, best of luck. Failing that, have a great evening. Stay safe. And I'll be back here tomorrow. You're welcome. Have a great day.